Chapter 302. Inside the Maple Forest. Shi Jingxian stood in front of a tree. Fiery red maple leaves floated past her. Beautiful scenery and beauties decorated the entire scene beautifully. Palace Master Shi. Not long after, Jun Changshao walked over. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian turned around and smiled. Is it a little abrupt to invite you here? The two were only a few meters apart. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. The surrounding maple leaves set off the scenery. The scene was really poetic. Jun Changshao said, "How can that be?" Shi Jingxian pinched a leaf on her shoulder and said, "I heard from the disciples that this is a maple forest." "Yes." Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said, "The scenery must be beautiful. It's a pity that I can't appreciate it." Her words were a little sad. Seeing this, Li, and the other disciples in the distance immediately became worried. Jun Changshao said, "Palace Master Shi is more beautiful than the scenery. These maple trees and maple leaves don't have eyes. It's their regret that they can't see you." Shi Jingxian covered her mouth and laughed. The worry between her brows also disappeared. Li heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "I didn't expect this guy to be so good at saying nice things." Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said, "You know how to make girls happy." Jun Changshao roared in his heart, "If I knew how to make girls happy, would I still be a single dog?" "Palace Master Shi, you misunderstand." He said, "I'm not trying to make you happy. I'm telling the truth." "So?" Shi Jingxian smiled sweetly and said, "Am I really beautiful?" "Very beautiful." Jun Changshao said. He really wasn't trying to make the girl happy. He was telling the truth. After all, the palace master of Miaohua Palace was not inferior to Lu Qianxian in appearance. Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "No matter how beautiful I am, I can't see it." Ah! Jun Changshao couldn't deal with her being depressed so easily. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian adjusted her disappointed state of mind and said with a smile, "I would like to visit your esteemed sect in the near future. What do you think?" This was the reason why she had invited Jun Changshao over. A seventh-rate sect was able to beat a fifth-rate sect so miserably. Naturally, they were very curious. What was so special about Iron Bone? Jun Changshao said, "We warmly welcome Miaohua Palace's friendly visit to our sect." A friendly visit? Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun is so humorous. How about this?" She said, "I'll go back to handle the sect's affairs first. I'll come back to visit the Iron Bone clan in 3 months. "You're always welcome," Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian didn't say anything more and walked towards the disciple position based on her feelings. At this time, if she tripped and lost her balance, Jun Changshao would catch her in a gentlemanly manner. It would be a scene that only existed in television dramas. It would definitely be very melodramatic. Although Shi Jingxian had an eye disease, she was still a cultivator. Unless she did it on purpose, she would never trip. Sect Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, "There might be experts in this world who can treat some difficult diseases. So, don't be pessimistic. It's most important to face each day happily." He sympathized with Shi Jingxian. Because of her eye disease, she had to face endless darkness since birth. However, he couldn't help her. He could only give her some encouragement. To face each day happily. Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "Managing a large sect can't make me happy." That's right. For a woman to manage such a large sect, the burden would definitely be heavy. How could she be happy? Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said, "Are you happy managing a sect?" "Yes," Jun Changshao said. He trained the disciples every day and occasionally chatted with them like family. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. The disciples of the Iron Bone sect must be very happy to have such a humorous sect master. Shi Jingxian murmured. Then, she left with the help of the disciples. Jun Changshao shook his head. Then, he met up with the others and continued on their way back to Azure Sun County. Sect Master. Lu Qianqian transmitted her voice, "Why is Palace Master Shi looking for you?" Jun Changshao was a little confused. Among all the disciples, the most gossipy was undoubtedly Su Xiaomo. He didn't even ask. Why did the eldest disciple, who was usually cold and didn't speak much, ask first? Could it be that? Jun Changshao said, "It's nothing, just some words of admiration. It makes me feel embarrassed." Is that so? Lu Qianqian replied indifferently. Jun Changshao said, "Sigh, I'm handsome and charming. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me." When he was transmitting his voice, he was paying attention to the changes in Lu Qianqian's face. In the end, it was still cold and emotionless. It seemed that, he was thinking too much. Lu Qianqian said, "Palace Master Shi is not simple. Sect Master, you must be careful." "Yes." Jun Changshao said. To be able to become the Palace Master of a fourth-rate sect, he definitely didn't think that she was just a beautiful woman. "In 3 months, Palace Master Shi will come to visit," Jun Changshao said. Lu Qianqian frowned and said, "She's here to inquire about our iron bone. What secrets are hidden?" Jun Changshao said, "There are many things in the sect that cannot be known by outsiders, so when she comes, she will naturally disappear. After the battle at the Sacred Spring sect, more cultivators will definitely know about the iron bone." Lu Qianqian said, "This disciple thinks that it is necessary for Sect Master to activate the Sect Protection Array every day to prevent outsiders from sneaking in and taking away a molding room." Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "That makes sense. Sect Master." At this moment, Su Xiaomo transmitted his voiceover and said, "What did Palace Master Shi talk to you about?" As expected. This guy was very gossipy. Sect Master Jun didn't wrong him. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to travel from the Sacred Spring sect to the Azure Sun County. Because he had returned with a great victory, Jun Changshao was in a good mood, so he wasn't in a hurry to return. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin, who were following along, were lucky to be able to eat Sect Master Jun's barbecue skills. "Not bad, not bad." After eating a skewer, Elder Ma praised, "This is the first time this old man knows that meat can be roasted like this." Wang Donglin held a small wine jar and ate and drank at the same time. He was in a good mood. City Lord Xie, AI family head, and the others had tasted it before, so they didn't show any exaggerated expressions. They just ate and drank. Sect Master. Lu Wancher walked over, her hands itching, "Let me try." "All right." Jun Changshao moved away from the barbecue table. Lu Wancher's attainments in cooking were fully displayed. The skewers she roasted instantly defeated him and made everyone praise her. However, while everyone was eating happily, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the dark, and dozens of black shadows flew out. They were not masked and wore black, capable clothes. Their eyes flickered with coldness, and their bodies emitted a strange aura. On their chests, there was a pattern similar to a fierce beast's head. Demon Fiend Sect. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin immediately frowned. What? The faces of City Lord Xie, AI family head, and the others changed greatly. Demon Fiend Sect, they had heard of this name before. It was a third-rate evil sect with branches all over the major provinces. They were very powerful, and even second-rate sects might not dare to provoke them. Now that they suddenly appeared, they definitely did not come with good intentions. GGG. The leading old man laughed coldly, "Elder Ma, Elder Wang, this seat has brought people here. I hope I didn't disturb your picnic. This seat? This person should be the Demon Fiend Sect branch leader. Ma Yinting said in a deep voice, "What business do you have here?" The old man looked at Jun Changshao and said, "This seat came here to borrow something from the Iron Bone Sect master." "What do you want to borrow?" Jun Changshao said. The old man laughed sinisterly and said, "I want to borrow the blade with the spirit that Sect Master Jun used to defeat the patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect." Chapter 303. It had only been a day since they left the Holy Spring Sect, but the Demon Fiend Sect had already received news about the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and sent a branch leader to chase after them. This speed was very fast. A third-rate evil sect had branches all over the province, so they were naturally very good at obtaining information. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin frowned even more. From the aura released by this branch leader, he should be at the peak of Wuzong. Although they could deal with him, if they fought with him, it would be the same as offending the Demon Fiend Sect. If it was a righteous sect, offending them would be fine. But this was an evil sect, as long as they had a grudge, they would be mercilessly retaliated. "You want to borrow a blade?" Jun Changshao said, "It's not impossible." Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin were startled. Was sect leader Jun willing to give the blade to the Demon Fiend Sect? Yes, yes. This kind of blade with a spirit was indeed powerful. But if it would bring about a fatal disaster, lending it to a third-rate evil sect was a wise move. However, Jun Changshao waved his hand and the Green Dragon Crescent Blade appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed coldly, "That depends on whether you have the ability to borrow it." Clang, clang, clang. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others threw away the skewers in their hands and pulled out their cold-edged swords. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The two elders of the Tsang Mountain sect were stunned. They admired in their hearts, as expected of the Iron Bone sect, as expected of the Iron Bone sect. Wang Donglin stood up and his peak Wuzong cultivation erupted. He said in a deep voice, "If you want to borrow sect leader Jun's blade, you have to ask if I agree." Elder Wang. Jun Changshao said, "These people from the Demon Fiend Sect came to borrow Jun's blade. It has nothing to do with your Tsang Mountain Sect, please don't interfere." Facing an evil sect, daring to stand up for him without hesitation made him feel warm. But he couldn't drag down the Tsang Mountain Sect because of this. "Since you want to offend them, let me, Iron Bone, do it. Not to mention, they were here for him." Wang Donglin wouldn't just be a spectator. He said seriously, "Sect leader Jun." Jun Changshao interrupted, "How dare this bunch of trash come to borrow our blades? My disciple and I are more than enough to deal with them. Elder Wang can just watch from the side." Kakik. That branch leader laughed strangely and said, "Sect leader Jun is really arrogant. No wonder you challenged the Holy Spring Sect." However, he paused for a moment and said with a sinister look in his eyes, "Sect Master Jun, are you sure you want me to borrow it?" "It's your ability that you can borrow it," Jun Changshao said. Branch leader said with a smile, "Once I make a move, I won't just be borrowing a knife, I'll also be borrowing the lives of sect leader Jun and all the disciples. Therefore, Jun Changshao needs to consider this carefully." Puchi. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple was cut down to the ground. Yi Xingchen said coldly, "If you want to borrow it, then come and borrow it. What's with all this nonsense? My brother Yi is a man of few words." The division leader's gaze gradually turned cold as he said, "Brat, you dare to kill my Demon Fiend Sect's people. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Whoosh! A sinister black aura instantly filled his body and turned into a sinister big hand that blasted towards Yi Xingchen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green saber light slashed over and directly destroyed the big hand condensed by the evil aura. Jun Changshao raised his saber and said, "Old man, your opponent is me." The branch leader was startled. He looked at the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Saber and said with a burning gaze, "It is indeed a good saber. I didn't rush over in vain." Swish! As he spoke, the evil aura around him spread wildly and immediately condensed into an even bigger black hand, which carried hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force and blasted over. At the same time, the demon fiend Sect's disciples scattered around also released their evil aura and attacked Li Qingyang and the others with murderous intent. Especially Yi Xingchen. There were 3 people who came to attack him, and their strength was at the 5th or 6th grade martial master level. Babies. Jun Changshao raised his saber and slashed at the incoming black hand and shouted, "Fight for me." Swish. Yi Xingchen was the first to rush over with the cloud-treading steps. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the cold-edged sword instantly burst out with a cold light. Whoosh! 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 Using the one-word sword technique, dozens of sword lights were instantly formed. With a domineering momentum, one of the demon fiend Sect's disciples was cut into 8 pieces. With Yi Xingchen's current strength, coupled with the cold-edged sword and sword skills, not to mention a 5th or 6th grade martial master, even a peak martial master could be easily killed. On the other side, Jun Changxiao's green dragon crescent moon saber once again destroyed the big hand, and the sinister evil aura was also dispelled into nothingness. The branch leader was secretly shocked. The saber aura that erupted from this saber could actually restrain his demonic aura. Nonsense. Guan Yu's saber was young and strong. Not to mention demonic aura, even if it was demons and ghosts, it would be destroyed one after another. It was completely unreasonable. Jun Changshao also realized this problem. The battle intent in his eyes became even stronger, and he immediately raised his saber and rushed over. Puchi! Puchi! Li Qingyang and the others were already fighting with dozens of demon fiend Sect's disciples. Relying on their superior body techniques and weapons, they killed several from tricky angles. Ma Yunteng, Wang Donglin, and the others were a little stunned. From the decisiveness and fierceness shown by the Iron Bone disciples, it was obvious that they had been in battle for a long time. Not only did Li Qingyang and the others show cold killing methods, but the cooperation with their fellow disciples also made the 2 elders of Tsangshan sect praise them repeatedly. This group of Iron Bone disciples was really terrifying. In just a short fight, Li Qingyang and more than 20 disciples, relying on their own cultivation and equipment, firmly held the absolute advantage. Boom! Yang Yuhua did not use a weapon. Instead, she raised her iron shield and directly knocked a demon fiend Sect's disciple away, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. Long Xiang wielded his overlord spear and charged into the crowd like a general charging into battle, slaughtering his way through the crowd. It would take about 10 minutes. The 30 or so demon fiend Sect disciples who came with the branch leader all died in front of the Iron Bone disciples. The threat they brought was not even as great as the Earth Flame Wolves in Death Valley. Trash. Yi Xingchen stepped on a corpse and used the corpse's clothes to wipe off the blood on his sword. Boom! A sound came from afar. Jun Changxiao's saber slashed down, and the saber chi formed directly cut a few trees in half. After the demon fiend Sect branch leader dodged in a panic, a chill ran down his spine. This person's strength was not weaker than the Sacred Spring Sect's patriarch, and was even stronger. After all, he cultivated an evil path. However, Guan Yu's saber chi restrained the demonic chi, making him feel very aggrieved. Just like just now. If it were Wang Donglin, he would not have been able to break the defensive barrier formed by demonic chi, but the result was that the saber cut it open. Guan Yu was clearly much stronger than the Iron Bone Sect leader, but because the saber chi was too strong, he could only fight with extreme caution. Damn it! All of his subordinates were dead, and the demon chi he cultivated was restrained. The branch leader wanted to retreat, and he angrily said, "Jun Changshao, I will remember this." Swish! After saying that, he used a strange footwork to escape. Just as he took a step, a heavy force suddenly appeared behind him. He was so shocked that his mind trembled, and he hurriedly looked back. Ta! Jun Changshao strode over, and the soul of Guan Yu in a green robe and armor followed closely behind. Swish! He raised the green dragon crescent blade and suddenly slashed out. His voice was like a bell that resounded through the wilderness. Little rascal, leave your life here. Swish! The green saber aura swept over, carrying an extremely strong and tough chi. The demonic chi in the air was instantly dispersed. Oh no! The branch leader's eyes were filled with shock. The energy in his spirit core crazily burst out, trying to dodge the saber. However, it was useless. Just as he was about to dash forward, the green saber aura swept past, leaving a green mark in the air. Boom! 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 In a fan-shaped area of dozens of meters, trees suddenly broke and fell down neatly. Chapter 304. Countless trees were cut in half, the area spanning tens of meters. This made Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin's hearts tremble. At that moment, they realized that sect leader Jun didn't fully display the power of the blade in his fight with the Yellow Patriarch. The goal of the battle with the Sacred Spring Sect Patriarch was to win, not to kill the enemy. Jun Changshao naturally didn't need to unleash the full power of Wuxing's soul. But against this evil sect leader who wanted to borrow a blade, he wouldn't care about unleashing his full power, so the power would be even more terrifying. Too terrifying. It's simply a divine weapon. Seeing the weapon spirit of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade appear again, City Lord Xie, Family Head AI, and the others were still shocked. Plop. At this moment, the Demon Fiend sect leader who was standing still fell down. The head that flew out landed on a tree stump that had been chopped off. The expression on his face was forever frozen in fear and despair. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would die so cleanly and cleanly. There was no other way. The demonic energy he gathered was restrained by the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Facing the full power of Wuxing's soul, he could only become a soul under the blade. Thinking about what the leader said just now, we will realize that he didn't rush over, but rushed to his death and then reported to Yama Hall with his subordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 220520000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. It turned out that when the leader appeared and said he wanted to borrow a blade, the side mission was triggered. The content was to kill the Demon Fiend sect leader, and it was an elite mission. With a mission on hand, sect leader Jun definitely wouldn't let him escape. So when the other party escaped, he instantly unleashed the full power of Wuxing's soul and took his head with one slash. Shwa! Putting away the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Wuxing's soul gradually dissipated. Jun Changshao thought to himself, he should feel honored to die under Guan Yu's blade. Li Qingyang and the rest did not wait for the sect leader's orders. They had already started to loot the crates out of habit, and one after another, they obtained quite a number of spatial rings. The disciples of the Demon Fiend sect did not have anything good, but the one with the most was definitely the branch leader. Inside his ring was a lot of silver, herbs, ores, and a few evil sect cultivation methods. After Jun Changshao collected all of them, he set the corpses on fire and said, "We can't stay here any longer. Let's return to the Azure Sun County as soon as possible." All right. They no longer had any interest in eating barbecue and hurried on their way. 2 days later, they successfully entered the Azure Sun County. During this period, sect leader Jun bought another 6 bottles of aptitude-changing elixir. His contribution points dropped from overflow to 1,905. Sect master Jun, when they reached the fork, Ma Yunting frowned and said, "You've killed the Demon Fiend sect's branch leader, which means you've offended a third-rate evil sect. They'll definitely seek revenge in the future. Why don't you bring your disciples to my Blue Mountain sect to lie low for a while? This was the best idea he could come up with on the way here. Jun Changshao said, Jun appreciates Elder Ma's good intentions, but I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I won't drag down the Blue Mountain sect. Although our sects haven't formed an alliance, we have the intention of forming one. If one side is in trouble, we'll definitely help. Ma Yunting said seriously. City Lord Xia and family head AI were filled with respect. For the sake of the Iron Bone, he didn't hesitate to offend the Demon Fiend sect. This kind of friendship was really hard to find in the Falling Star continent. Jun Changshao was also deeply moved, but he cupped his hands and said, Elder Ma, don't worry. Those third-rate evil sects might not be able to do anything to my Iron Bone. These words were said very confidently. Why? Because they had already bought a mid-grade sect protection formation. As long as it was placed in the sect, whether it was the Demon Fiend sect or the Ghost Fiend sect, they would be considered amazing if they could enter. Jun Changshao had confidence, but Ma Yunting didn't. So when he heard what he said, he immediately felt that he was bragging. Not to mention third-rate sects, even if they offended sixth-rate or seventh-rate sects, it would be a headache. To be honest, sect leader Jun really wasn't afraid of sixth-rate or seventh-rate sections. After all, he had destroyed the Black Eagle Hall before. Elder Ma, Elder Wang. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, it's getting late, let's part ways here. Sigh. Ma Yunting sighed and cupped his hands, Sect leader Jun, I'll go and report to the sect leader and form an alliance with your sect as soon as possible. Goodbye. Jun Changshao left with everyone. Wang Donglin frowned and said, offending the Demon Fiend sect is a big problem for the Iron Bone. Ma Yunting said, if this new sect is given a few hundred years to develop, they might not be afraid of the third-rate evil sects, but now, let's go. Wang Donglin said, let's go back and see if the sect leader has any way to help the Iron Bone get rid of this calamity. In their opinion, Iron Bone provoking the Demon Fiend sect was a calamity. If they couldn't survive, they would be destroyed. However, Jun Changshao, who returned to the sect, was thinking that if the Demon Fiend sect dared to come for revenge, he would become a disaster for them. He would accompany them to the end. Of course. He didn't think that he had the strength to challenge a third-rate evil sect. But there was still a long time. When he became stronger in the future, he would definitely play this evil sect to death bit by bit. Demon Fiend sect. You better not provoke me. Sect leader Jun didn't know that after he killed the branch leader, the Demon Fiend sect branch headquarters in Yangzhou in the southwest had already received the news. What? The branch leader said in disbelief, the Iron Bone of Qingyang County can kill branch leader Zhao, who is at the peak of Wuzong. Lord. An old man said, this is the information from above. There definitely won't be any error. So, we must destroy the Iron Bone as soon as possible and bring back the saber with the artifact spirit. The branch leader touched his chin and immediately ordered, send 10 Wuzong over and destroy the Iron Bone. The old man said, I think it's best to send Jiangya. The branch leader said indifferently, sending a martial king to destroy a 7th or 8th-rate sect, isn't it making a big fuss over a minor issue? The old man said, the Iron Bone can kill branch leader Zhao, so he should have some ability. I'm afraid there will be fish that slip through the net. That makes sense. The branch leader said, go inform Jiangya. Yes. There was a rather remote town in Yangzhou in the southwest with a population of 200,000 to 300,000. It was called Jiangjia Town. The reason why it was called Jiangjia Town was because there used to be a rich and powerful Jiang family that wasn't any weaker than the families in the city. Thousands of years ago, the Jiang family made up at least 70% of the people in the town. It could be said that it was a very large family. There was no such thing as eternal prosperity in this world. As time passed, the Jiang family gradually withered from prosperity. Today, there was no more Jiang family. The Jiang family had moved out one after another, but Jiangjia town remained. Of course. There were still Jiang family members, but less than 10% of them were left in Jiangjia town. Beggar Jiang, beggar king, sleeping all day and staying in bed all day. Outside a dilapidated house, several children were shouting loudly. Creak. A man in his 30s opened the broken window. He rubbed his eyes and said lazily, "A group of little brats, disturbing my sleep again. Are you naughty?" Bang. Bang. Before he could finish, a pile of small stones flew over and accurately hit his face. It was so painful that he hurriedly closed the window and said angrily, "I'm looking for a stick. When I catch you little brats, I'll definitely spank you." Chapter 305. When the children outside heard this, they immediately felt the fear of being dominated by the stick. They hurriedly threw away the pebbles in their hands and ran away. Creak. The broken door was pushed open. The man walked out with a stick in one hand and a hand on his head with the other. When he saw that there was no one outside, he said indifferently, "Humph, don't let me catch you next time." Coo coo. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, the sound of a bird came from the tree. The man stopped in his tracks. His originally lazy eyes flashed with a strange luster. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed the bird with the letter tied to his leg through the air. He did not open the letter, as if he already knew the contents. He said indifferently, "You actually need me to kill an iron bone?" Whoosh! He walked into the broken house and came out again. His tattered clothes were replaced by black clothes. His hair was still messy and he emitted a lazy aura. The man muttered, "Finish it quickly and come back to sleep." Whoosh! He used his movement technique and disappeared from the courtyard like a ghost. He went to the Azure Sun County 1,000 miles away. This person was obviously an expert. It was a bit inconceivable that he would live in a broken house and let the children throw pebbles at him. It was normal. In the falling star continent, there would always be some experts with strange tempers. They would either hide in the wilderness or in the city, not known by the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were even more ordinary than them. In fact, they had terrifying cultivation and could kill people with a flick of their fingers. This seemingly listless man was a martial king. He was also the Jiangya that the leader mentioned. He was a member of the demon fiend sect, but not a disciple. It was more like an employment relationship. Therefore, he did not live in the southwest Yangzhou branch. That's right. He was a descendant of the Jiang family. His parents had passed away, leaving him with only a dilapidated house. In the eyes of the Jiangjia town's residents, he was a good-for-nothing who liked to eat and do nothing. But in fact, he was an evil sect expert. Killing people was like eating a meal for him. Because of his personality, Jiang Yit did not like to show his face in public. When he didn't have any missions, he would live in a rundown house. Even if he was bullied by children, he would behave like a normal person. At that time, the big branch leader had asked him, in the branch headquarters, "There are good wine, good food, and beautiful women to serve you. Why do you want to live in Jiangjia town and live like a beggar?" Jiang Ye said, "Because that is my home." There wasn't much explanation, just a few simple words. Big Branch Master's evaluation was that this person was sick, and very sick at that. Of course. When doing quests, Jiang Yith seemed to have transformed from an ordinary person into a demon from hell. As long as he set his eyes on his prey, there would be no chance of survival. He had annihilated at least a dozen sections. Because he was a martial king who killed people like Sighting Flax, the Fiend Devil Sect branch disciples gave Jiangya a nickname, King of Hell Jiang. In Jiangjia town, because he was idle and had nothing to do all day, the townspeople gave him a nickname, Beggar Jiang. The King of Hell, the Beggar. 2 titles, 2 extremes. Iron Bone Clan. Jiangya, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, muttered, "This seems to be an unrated sect. It's really surprising that they could kill branch leader Zhao. Iron Bone Clan." After Jun Changshao separated from City Lord Xia and the others, he brought Li Qingyang and the others back. The disciples, who were looking forward to it, immediately cheered excitedly after learning that they had won 74 rounds. Sect leader Li Luoqiu said, "I never dreamed that our Iron Bone clan would win 74 rounds and not lose a single round." Jun Changshao laughed, "There are still many things that you didn't expect in the future. There's no need to make a fuss." Then Li Luoqiu said, "Do you want to celebrate tonight?" Of course. After winning a big victory, sect leader Jun would definitely celebrate. However, before that, he first took back the primary grade sect protection array that he had set up in the sect, and then began to set up the middle grade sect protection array. Buzz. An hour later, after spending 10 contribution points, the brand new formation was quickly formed, and then it became invisible. Because the level was relatively high, not only did it cover the inner and outer courtyard, it also covered a large area of the back mountain. The system said, the middle grade sect protection array is far higher than the primary grade. It should not be a problem for it to withstand the bombardment of the Martial King and Wu Huan. Jun Changshao said, "I'm at ease." With such a powerful array, there was no need to fear the Devil Fiend sect finding trouble. After the array was set up, Jun Changshao opened the purchased items column and spent 200 contribution points to buy 4 bottles of different levels of aptitude modification liquid. At this time, he already had 40 bottles of aptitude modification liquid and began to distribute them to the outer sect disciples who had participated in the Battle of the Sacred Spring Sect. Yang Yuhua and Ling Yuanxue received the high-grade aptitude modification liquid. Li Tian, Sima Zhongda, and the others received the mid-grade aptitude modification liquid. Thus, in a short period of time, after the outer sect disciples who had participated in the battle took the modification liquid, their spirit root level increased by a level. In fact, with Jun Changshao's current contribution points, if he bought all the high-grade aptitude modification liquid, he could instantly create dozens of disciples with high-grade spirit roots. But he couldn't spend it carelessly. After all, the middle-grade sect protection array had to be activated at all times to guard against the Devil Fiend sect's attack. This thing costs 10 points a day and can burn 1,000 points in 3 months, so he must leave enough contribution points. After the outer sect disciples were distributed, Jun Changshao called Tian Qi over and threw him a bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. He received 2 bottles of this modification liquid from the Sacred Springs sect after completing the mission. "Thank you, Sect Master." Tian Qi took the modification liquid back to his residence and drank it. His spirit root went from high grade to top grade, and his realm also went from 4th grade to 5th grade Martial Master, the same as Li Qingyang and the others. At this point, the Iron Bone inner sect disciples all had top grade spirit roots. As for the outer sect disciples, there were also 14 high-grade spirit roots. In terms of the number of high-grade spirit roots, even the 4th-rate sects might not be able to compare. The only thing they lacked was to raise their cultivation. "There's still a bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid, who should I give it to?" Jun Changshao muttered. He now had 2 candidates. One was Long Xiang, and the other was Song Xianzhou. After all, both of them had high-grade spirit roots from the start. "Forget it." Jun Changshao said, "When the sect competition is held, whoever gets first place and becomes an inner sect disciple will take it as a reward." Calculating the time, there was only a little more than half a month until the first intersect tournament began. Of course, Jun Changshao would not let the outer sect disciples who got first place enter the inner sect. As long as their performance was outstanding enough, they could enter the inner sect. In this way, Yang Yuhua and Ling Yuanxue, who had already entered the Martial Master realm, had a high chance of becoming inner sect disciples. "Should I set up a direct disciple?" Jun Changshao said while holding his chin. The system said, what the host should consider now is to set up the position of elder or more halls. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, I also want to, but at present, who in the sect is qualified to be elder or hall master? The system was silent for a while, then said, no one is qualified. Chapter 306. Night fell. On the training field of Iron Bone, there was a huge bonfire. The rising flames illuminated the surroundings clearly. Hundreds of tables surrounded the bonfire. On them were all kinds of delicacies, pastries, and jars of wine. Thousands of disciples stood in a mess. The atmosphere was warm and high, as if they were holding a celebration party. Come. Jun Chang raised his big bowl and said, to the disciples who defeated the Holy Spring sect and spread the might of Iron Bone, let's drink this bowl of wine. Sect leader is mighty, senior brother is mighty. The disciples raised their bowls and drank to their heart's content. Their mood, which had always been in a high-intensity cultivation, also eased a lot under the stimulation of alcohol. Balance between work and rest. This was always emphasized by sect leader Jun. Therefore, such gatherings would naturally be held once in a while. Firstly, it could allow the disciples to relax. Secondly, it could allow everyone to better integrate into the big family of Iron Bone. Sect leader Su Xiaomo raised his wine and said, thank you for cultivating me for more than a year. This bowl of wine is a toast to you. Hey, hey. Jun Changshao said, if each of you toasted a bowl of wine, I'm afraid I would be drunk into a puddle of mud today. Although he said that, he still raised his bowl and drank with Su Xiaomo. After all, he was a native of Shandong in his previous life. On the wine table, he was forthright and did not refuse anyone. Moreover, spirit qi could dispel the alcohol. As long as he didn't want to get drunk, it didn't matter how much he drank. Sect leader Xiao Ziji raised his bowl and said, this cup of wine is a toast to you. I also hope that the sect will prosper and become the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent. Su Xiaoma smiled and said, junior brother Xiao said the wrong thing. It should be the strongest sect. Drink as punishment, drink as punishment. Li Fei and Tian Qi hurriedly followed suit. Xiao Ziji awkwardly drank 2 big bowls in a row. Unable to withstand the alcohol, his face immediately turned red. When he won the great sect competition in Liang City, he had drunk too much. He hugged the wine jar and cried because that was the emotional release of 5 years of grievances. Now that he was drunk once more, there was a smile on his face. Because there was no more grievance, no more decadence, only a stronger heart. Jun Changshao was happy to see that Xiao Zuiji, who had sunk into depression, was able to stand up again after being fed chicken soup and trained. Sect leader Li Qingyang raised the cup and said, this cup of wine is a toast to you. If he had not met Jun Changshao, his life would have ended outside the Green Sun City, and he would not have achieved what he had today. The other disciples all toasted to express their admiration for the sect leader. After a while, Jun Changshao drank dozens of bowls of wine. Although he occasionally used his spiritual power to dissolve part of the alcohol, the drunkenness still disturbed his sea of consciousness. Come, come. Su Xiaoma drunkenly held a bowl of wine and put his arm around Li Fei's shoulder, saying, let's drink. How is one enough? Tell me how many. At least 6, lucky. Aya, damn, you're quite gutsy. Come, come, let's drink 6. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei stood up, the two of them placed 10 large bowls on the table, and then filled them all with wine. They're going to fight. All the disciples gathered around to watch the show. Gulp. Gulp. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei stepped on the chairs, and then began to drink bowl after bowl. Senior brothers. Li Tian shouted, this bowl of wine is more expensive than a kilogram of meat, don't spill it. Pfft. Li Fei couldn't hold it in and spat out the wine, splashing it all over his face. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. All the disciples laughed until they were convulsing. Jun Changshao held a bottle of wine and lay on the stairs in front of the hall, watching the disciples play to their heart's content, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He wanted to build the strongest sect. He also wanted to build a happy and warm home. For now, he had a happy and warm home, but there was still a long way to go before he could build the strongest sect. Not all of them had been drinking. For example, Lu Qianqian, Yixingchen, and Zhou Hong. Although the three of them didn't drink, standing in front of the table, the cheerful atmosphere around them also affected their hearts. Especially Yixingchen. Looking at his fellow disciples drinking without any scruples, looking at the frank smiles on their faces, he thought to himself, in my previous life, I've never seen such a happy sect. After half a round of drinking, Jun Changshao turned on the speaker, and the disciples danced around the fire to the accompaniment of music. Sect leader Lu Qianqian walked over and stood in front of the stairs, saying, "It's a little inappropriate to let your guard down like this." "It's fine." Jun Changshao took a sip of wine and said, "No one can break in." Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The disciples who were dancing all stopped, their eyes filled with surprise. Pa! Jun Changshao turned off the speaker, got up, and quickly dissolved the alcohol with spiritual energy. His whole person suddenly became extremely sober. Boom! Boom! Just at this moment, two more loud sounds were heard. The formation hidden in the space gradually revealed itself. Clearly, it was under attack. Lu Qianqian frowned and said, "The people of the Demon Fiend sect are here. They're really fast." Jun Changshao stepped forward and opened the dark red door. At the entrance of the mountain gate stairs, a man in black clothes scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect this little iron bone to have an array protecting it." Who was this person? Hades Jiang, beggar Jiang. At dusk, he was still thousands of miles away, but he came so quickly. His speed was quite fast. Jun Changshao said, "Who are you?" Jiangye raised his head, flicked his messy black hair, and said with a smile, "Demon Fiend Sect, Jiangye." Creak. The door closed directly, and Jun Changshao's voice came, "Sorry, my Iron Bone sect doesn't welcome people from the Demon Fiend sect, please go back." Jiangye grinned and said, "Boy, is it because of the defensive array that you are so fearless?" Shwa. As he spoke, he raised his right fist. Spiritual energy visible to the naked eye instantly surged from all directions, and then suddenly blasted over. Bang! The power of this punch was at least more than 1,000,000 caddies, which could be said to be quite explosive, but it didn't cause the slightest ripple when it hit the sect protecting array. Jiangye was a little confused. His strength just now had already condensed to 2,000,000 caddies. Even if he couldn't break the array, he should at least give it some face. This Iron Bone's defensive array is a bit strong. Jiangye rubbed his hands, but also smiled and said, "However, for me, it's also very challenging." Ho. His body released a vast amount of demonic energy, and then under the control of spiritual thoughts, it instantly turned into fists and blasted toward the array barrier. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions came, like the sound of firecrackers. However, after the crazy bombardment, Jiangye grabbed his hair and collapsed. What the hell is this array? After dozens of punches, there is no reaction at all. There was a reaction. With the series of bombardment just now, the sect protecting array, which was slightly blurry, became clearer and clearer. The disciples who were in the sect could see the arc-shaped array barrier in the sky. Babies. Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, "It's getting late, go back and rest." Yes. The disciples cleaned up the martial arts practice field and then returned to the inner courtyard to sleep. Although at night, There were occasional bombardment sounds from outside, they slept very soundly. This was because they had been cultivating for too long, drinking and having fun to relax. Jun Changshao also had a good sleep. The next day, when he woke up and opened the red-painted door, he saw the guy called Jiangye still standing in front of the mountain gate, his eyes bloodshot. This was not because he had stayed up late. This was because he was angry because he couldn't break the array through the night. Boom! Jiangye fiercely blasted the barrier again. His strength was still 2 to 3 million caddies, but it didn't shake at all. Finally, he squatted on the ground, grabbing his hair with a look of despair. Chapter 307. Jiangye. A genuine martial king. At this moment, he was squatting in front of the Iron Bone Mountain Gate with a face full of despair. He had originally planned to complete the mission and go home early to sleep, but after an entire night, he couldn't even break through their defensive array. It was a tragedy. He was also helpless. Jun Changshao leaned against the door and crossed his arms. Are you tired? Jiangye's eyes were filled with anger, and he said, Brat, if you have the guts, get out here for this king. This king? This self-proclaimed title was a bit amazing. Could it be that he was? That's right. The system said, this person is a martial king, his strength is unfathomable. If the host goes out, he will be beaten into a pile of shit. TSK. The Devil Fiend sect really thought highly of him, sending a martial king. Jun Changshao grinned and said, I am standing in front of the door, if you have the ability, break the array and come in. The other party was a martial king, so he definitely wouldn't go out. Brat. Jiangye clenched his fists tightly, and said with a cold gaze, when this king breaks the array, I will tear you into pieces. As expected of Hades Jiang. Once he entered the mission state, just the look in his eyes was very frightening. Unfortunately, he could only say ruthless words outside and couldn't enter at all. Creak. Jun Changshao ignored him and closed the door. He first went to the first and second floors of the training pagoda to train for 4 hours, and then began to circulate the Yi Jin Jing to cultivate. After breaking through to the second stage Wuzong, he could clearly feel that although the speed of absorbing spirit energy had increased, the strengthening of the spirit energy in the spirit core had slowed down a lot. Even with the supply of chi gathering pills, it would be good enough to break through to the third stage in a year. As Jun Changshao muttered to himself, he took out a perfectly round martial master pill. He had obtained 50 points of medicinal herbs from Ma Yuntang, and on the way back to the sect, he had already finished refining them. With this kind of pill, disciples who have reached the peak of martial disciple will have an easy time breaking through, and it will also save a lot of time for self-comprehension. If Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen were stuck at the peak of martial disciple, they would have had the martial master pill, and their cultivation would have been even higher. This was what it meant to be a tree planted by one's predecessors, while the descendants enjoyed the shade. Jun Changshao called Li Qingyang over and said, Go and count the number of disciples in the sect who have reached the peak of martial disciple realm. Sect leader. Li Qingyang said, there are a total of 67 peak martial disciples. He was truly a qualified supervisor of internal affairs, knowing the cultivation of his fellow disciples like the back of his hand. It's a little too much. It's not enough to share. Jun Changshao said, we still have to get more herbs to refine it. Boom. Outside, another rumbling sound could be heard. Sect Master Jun, who had originally planned to make a trip to Huyang City, frowned and said, although that guy can't enter, he can't get out by blocking the entrance. He could use voice transmission to inform the members of the Drizzle Hall in Huyang City, but he had to think of a way to get rid of that guy called Jiangye. How to solve it? This was a very big problem. Jun Changshao did not think that he could defeat a martial king with the help of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. If he used it to deal with a single person, it would be a bit of a waste. Headache. Jun Changshao sat in the study and rubbed his temples. The system said, Even if the host can get rid of that martial king, the demon fiend sect will definitely continue to send experts to harass you. Sigh. Jun Changshao said, strength. If he had the cultivation of a martial king and wielded the green dragon crescent blade, how could he be afraid of the demon fiend sect? Aha! At this moment, a voice rang out. Jun Changshao looked up and saw the fire dragon lying in its nest yawning lazily and then waking up from its hibernation. This little guy has finally woken up, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a scorching flame erupted. Not only did it envelop the fire dragon, it also burned its nest in an instant. The temperature in the room rose sharply. Shwa! Jun Changshao reacted quickly. Without saying a word, he rushed over and picked up the little guy who was enveloped in flames. Then, he jumped out of the open window. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he arrived at the open area, the flames around the little dragon's body had already risen to 2 to 3 meters high. Fortunately, Jun Changshao was its master and could ignore the temperature of the flames. Fortunately, he carried it out quickly. Otherwise, the study would have been burned down. Oh my God! What a big ball of flames! Could it be that the sect leader is cultivating a fire attribute martial technique? When the passing disciples saw the huge wave of flames erupting from Jun Changxiao's hand, their eyes immediately filled with envy and admiration. But in fact, the flames were erupted by the little dragon, it had nothing to do with him. Arriving at the small martial arts practice field in the inner courtyard, Jun Changxiao hurriedly threw the little guy in the center, then took a few steps back and muttered, "Why did it spit out fire for no reason?" The system said, it should be evolving. Evolving? The system explained, every time a special beast hibernates, it will begin to evolve, and its strength will also increase by a lot. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. After spending so much money, if the beast that was hatched became stronger from evolution, it would naturally be the best thing. Huff huff. The scorching flames continued to rise. The temperature in the inner courtyard became hot and dry as the flames rose. Although Su Xiaomua didn't know what was going on, he hurriedly returned to the side room and hung the freshly washed school uniform outside the martial arts practice field. Seeing this, Li Fei and the others naturally wouldn't miss the good opportunity to dry the clothes, so they took action one after another. In a short period of time, ropes were placed around the martial arts practice field, there were school uniforms, bedding, and white underwear on them. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. My contract beast is evolving here, and you guys are relying on the released flames to dry the clothes, can't you be more serious? Huff huff. The scorching flames were still erupting without restraint. At first glance, it looked like the big fire that was lit during the celebration party yesterday. If it woke up yesterday, it could have saved some firewood. Jun Changxiao muttered. The fire dragon was shrouded in flames and continued to burn for several hours, until night fell, the scorching flames began to fade. The evolution is over. The system said. Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with a luster of anticipation, looking forward to what changes his contract beast would have after the evolution. Gradually, the flames fell from the initial 2 to 3 meters high to a very small size. The little dragon's figure could also be clearly seen. Just from its physique alone, it was much bigger than before. Huff huff. After a while, the dragon's head appeared. Its 2 nostrils breathed in and out, and the surrounding flames were sucked in. In the dark night, as the flames gradually decreased, it returned to normal from the red color. Roar. After the evolution, the little dragon raised its head and roared. The dragon's roar suddenly echoed in the sky above Iron Bone. Ha! Jiangye, who had just punched twice without any results, frowned and said, "This Iron Bone, could it be that there is still a guardian beast?" The dragon's roar alarmed the disciples. They walked out of the side room one after another and saw a half-meter-long, fiery red beast standing on the small martial arts practice field like a snake. This is, Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched and said, little dragon. Li Fei hugged his head and said, why did it wake up, why did it become bigger again? Tian Qi collapsed and said, that big flame, was it released by it? Chapter 308. After sleeping for a few months, the fiery dragon completed its evolution. Its body also changed from the size of a palm to more than half a meter long. At first, because its body was too small, it gave people the impression of a lizard. Now that it has grown a lot, because its body is very smooth, it looks like a snake. Jun Changshao didn't think that the little dragon was a snake because it has 4 short legs, and each leg has 5 sharp claws like an eagle. The system said, this guy doesn't look like a fiery dragon. Nonsense. Jun Changshao said. The system said, in terms of physique, it is closer to a dragon. In terms of the number of claws, it is more like the legendary 5-clawed divine dragon. 5-clawed divine dragon? Jun Changshao was stunned. He had heard in his previous life that the 5-clawed divine dragon symbolized the emperor in ancient times. The dragon on the dragon robe also had 5 claws. The system said, in the world of martial arts, the 5-clawed divine dragon is called a divine beast and is also the king of dragons. You mean, I hatched the fiery dragon's egg into a divine beast-level dragon? Jun Changshao said. The system said, this is just a guess. There is no evidence to prove that it is a 5-clawed divine dragon. What if it evolves a few more times and evolves into a fiery dragon? Jun Changshao was speechless. He definitely didn't want such a thing to happen. After all, the difference between a divine beast-level dragon and a fiery dragon is huge. Gulp. The little dragon that had just finished evolving growled from its stomach. It looked at its master with a pitiful look. It was hungry. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go eat. Swish. The little dragon took the first step and rushed to the outer courtyard's cafeteria with its 4 short legs. Because of its extreme speed, it was like a flash of fire. Damn! Jun Changshao said in surprise, it ran so fast. The system said, after this little guy evolved, from the aura it emitted, it should have reached the level of middle stage. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Although he had the system and could forcefully increase his cultivation, he had to spend a lot of effort to complete the epic mission. This little guy only slept for a few months and evolved once. When it woke up, it was already comparable to a martial master. How enviable! Jun Changshao was very happy with the little Longlong's awakening and evolution. But to Su Xiaoma and the others, it was a huge disaster, because there would be no meat to eat again. The word want was removed the next day. This was because when they arrived at the cafeteria, before they could even raise their chopsticks, little Longlong had already jumped onto the dining table, its 2 fiery red eyes constantly looking around. He seemed to be saying, I want to eat the meat in your bowls. The corners of Su Xiaoma and the others' mouths twitched. They willingly pushed all the dishes with meat over and roared in their hearts, when is it going to hibernate again? Swoosh! Whoosh! Little Longlong opened its mouth and gobbled up all the meat on the plate before going to another table. After a few rounds, there were only vegetarian dishes left on each table. At this moment, Lu Qianqian walked in from outside. The half-full little dragon met the cold woman's gaze and immediately remembered the pain of being controlled by the cold air. It quickly slipped away with its tail between its legs. Fortunately, the eldest senior sister could cure it. The next time they ate, Su Xiaoma and the others learned their lesson. As long as they saw Lu Qianqian go to the cafeteria, they would immediately follow. As expected. As long as the eldest senior sister appeared, little Longlong, who was acting like a tyrant, would quickly disappear. It was completely a formation that could not be provoked and could only be avoided. Jun Changshao would not watch this little guy snatch the disciples' meat, so he ordered Lu Wancher to cook for it alone. Sect Master. Lu Wancher pouted and said, little Longlong's appetite is too big. It eats 700 to 800 pounds of food in a day. So much? Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. With his current financial resources, it was no problem to feed little Longlong. However, the sect did not have much food stored, and there was a martial king guarding the mountain gate. How would he replenish it if it was all eaten? No, no. Jun Changshao said, we have to sneak around that guy and go down the mountain to buy enough food. Night. Jiangye was still standing in front of the mountain gate. His eyes were still bloodshot. He had been here for 2 days. During this period of time, he had bombarded the formation thousands of times, but he still could not shake it. Huff huff. Behind him, 10 Wuzong were panting. They were sent by the great branch leader to assist Jiangye in destroying the iron bone. They rushed over early in the morning and knew that the iron bone was protected by a formation, so they bombarded it for 12 to 14 hours. Although there was a big gap between Wuzong and martial kings, 10 Wuzong were still comparable to a rank 1 martial king. Even after bombarding it for so long, they still could not do anything. It could be seen that the sect's protective formation was really strong. Jun Changshao felt even more comfortable. With such a powerful formation protecting him, he wished he could go out now and mindlessly cause trouble. After all, if he offended someone, he could just hide in the sect. Damn it! Jiangye said angrily, I've done so many missions and I've always completed them with the fastest speed. I didn't expect to be troubled by a small iron bone today. Lord! One of the Wuzong said, should we inform the great branch leader and send a formation master to break this formation? Jiangye rubbed his chin and said, since brute force is not enough, I can only rely on intelligence. Inform the great branch leader. Yes. One of the Wuzong retreated a few steps and made a complicated hand seal. He muttered something and then saw a black light fly out. HM. At this moment, Jiangye seemed to have sensed something and coldly laughed, brat, you finally came out. At the cliff of the back mountain, Jun Changshao used the cloud-treading steps and jumped back and forth between the rocks. He needed to buy a large amount of food to feed the little dragon. The main gate was guarded by the demon fiend Sect's experts and he could not send disciples to take risks. He could only secretly stay in the back mountain. The system said, there is something I must tell the host. Speak. Jun Changshao said as he jumped down. The system said, after entering the martial king realm, you can form spiritual sense that cannot be seen by the naked eye. From there, you can capture targets within a certain range and make them unable to hide. Jun Changshao stood on a rock, the corner of his mouth twitching as he said, you mean, the martial king guarding the mountain gate will release spiritual sense to capture, who? At this moment, a powerful force suddenly emerged from the foot of the mountain. Jiangye rushed up with a torrential air wave and coldly shouted, brat, your time of death has come. Although he could not break the array, he still released his spiritual sense to cover the entire iron bone. If there was any movement, he would be able to catch it immediately. So, in the face of a martial king expert, the Type 88 sniper rifle was no longer a threat. Because the moment the bullet was fired, it would be captured by the spiritual sense and dodged in advance. Fuck. Seeing Jiangye charge at him fiercely, the shocked Jun Changshao hurriedly turned back, roaring in his heart, why didn't you say so earlier? The system said, I just remembered. Shwa. 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 Jun Changshao was really going all out, the cloud-treading steps was instantly activated to the extreme, jumping left and right non-stop. Jiangye's face changed. This guy was only a second-stage Wuzong, the movement technique he used was not bad. With his current speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to him and return to the array first. Who? While thinking, Jiangye stretched out his hands and put them together, opening his palms. A powerful spiritual energy quickly gathered together, flashing with a strange light as he said, soul chasing life reaping. Shio, the light condensed between his palms, rushed out from the bottom, dragging a long stream of light. Jun Changshao looked back and exclaimed, "Fuck, is this Kamehameha?" Shwa! Shwa! Time did not allow him to think too much, he could only desperately jump up until he reached the top of the mountain. The stream of light behind him was about to rush over. Ah ah! Sect leader Jun spat out his tongue like a mad dog and rushed into the array, but because he stuck out his butt, he was directly swept by the stream of light. Bang! Bang! The explosive energy slammed into the array formation's barrier. Chapter 309. Boom! Jiang Ya's soul-chasing attack hit the defensive barrier. Although it did not shake it, there was a loud sound. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion? Let's go and take a look. The Iron Bone disciples who had not slept rushed to the back of the mountain in groups and came to the place where the sound came from. Gah! In an instant, they were all dumbfounded. Because the sect leader was lying on the grass with his butt sticking out. There was a big hole in his pants, showing his red and swollen skin. Sect leader! The disciples rushed over in alarm. Don't come over. Jun Changshao grimaced and said, "I'll be fine," after lying down for a while. Relying on the cloud-treading steps, he tried his best to climb to the top of the mountain, but his butt was still swept. Under the impact of the force, he was directly sent into the formation. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed. But thanks to the energy wave, he was able to quickly enter the formation. After resting for a while, Jun Changshao stood up holding his butt and said, "It hurts so much just from being swept. If I was hit directly, I would definitely be injured or killed." The system said, "This is the strength of a martial king." Damn it! Jun Changshao's eyes flickered with anger. I must think of a way to play with that guy to death. Being hit on the butt and being seen by the disciples, how embarrassing was this? He must take revenge. At this moment, Little Dragon rushed over from afar. When it saw its master's swollen butt, its eyes immediately filled with anger. Roar! The little guy roared, and its body suddenly erupted with scorching flames. Its master was beaten. As a contract beast, it definitely could not tolerate it. The more Little Dragon thought about it, the angrier it became. The flames it spewed out spread to a range of 2 to 3 meters. Jun Changshao could feel its anger and comforted it, "Don't worry, when Master becomes stronger, he will naturally go and beat him up." Master! Suddenly, a childish voice came from the flames, "I'll go and beat him up now." Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. The disciples' eyes almost popped out. A voice came from the flames. Could it be that Little Dragon is talking? That's impossible. Ta! Suddenly, a figure about a meter tall walked out of the scorching flames. Although he was naked, the flames just happened to cover the important part of his lower body. From its form, it looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child. However, his arms, chest, abdominal muscles, and even the muscles on his legs were very well developed. One look and one could tell that he was a fitness expert. The skin of this person was crimson red, like burning charcoal. In that case, why did he put quotation marks on the word human? This was because it had the body of a human, but it had the head of a goat with 2 slightly curved horns. What was even more troublesome was, behind his buttocks was a thick and long tail with a cluster of flames burning crazily at the end. This wasn't a human. This was a monster. Jun Changshao and his disciples were all dumbstruck. Right at this moment, the scorching flames behind him began to converge and soon disappeared without a trace. Jun Changshao didn't notice his own contracted beast, so the corner of his mouth twitched violently. You're the little dragon. Yes. The fiery red monster said with a tender voice, "Master." Jun Changshao almost lost his footing and fell. The contracted beast actually turned into a human-like monster and could even speak. Was he dreaming? Master. The little dragon said, "This is my combat form after evolution, called dragon form." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. From the head, it doesn't look like a dragon form at all. Instead, it looks more like a goat. The little dragon said, "I need to evolve a few more times before I can achieve true dragon form." The system said, "Host, this dire beast that you hatched has mutated. If I'm not wrong, it should be a mirage beast." The so-called mirage beast was particular about the word mirage. For example, Peppa the wild boar looked like it didn't have much combat power, but it could transform into a beast and produce a powerful sound wave to intimidate the opponent. From the little dragon's first combat form, the system determined that this must be an illusion, thus achieving human form. Jun Changshao said, "Little dragon, you're a mirage beast." Mirage beast? When the disciples heard this, they suddenly understood. If it was a mirage beast, it didn't seem too strange to transform from a dire beast to a human form. The little dragon said, "My combat form can only last for 15 minutes, so I have to hurry up and get rid of the guy who hurt you." Jun Changshao said solemnly, "The person who hurt me is a martial king." The little dragon's eyes flashed with human-like disdain. "As long as it's not a peak martial king, I can torture him until he has nothing left to live for." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao said. "Master." The little dragon said proudly, "Do you want him alive or dead?" Seeing how arrogant it was, Jun Changshao said, "If you can torture him, beat him until he's half dead and then carry him back." "Okay." The little dragon rushed toward the formation outside. The important parts of its lower body were covered by a cluster of flames. "Don't go." Jun Changshao hurriedly said, "In front of us is, ah." The cry of falling into the cliff suddenly resounded in the sky. Jun Changshao, all the disciples, is this contract beast of mine reliable or not? Ta! Jiangye leaped a few times and landed steadily on the ground. The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. "Kid. My soul-chasing attack just now carried a force of 3 million jin. Even if it only hit your butt, you will definitely die or be injured." Jiangye was very confident in his own strength. He did not think that a second-stage Wuzong could withstand it. In fact, Jun Changxiao's body was already quite strong after more than a year of tempering. Moreover, it was only a graze, so it was only a minor injury. Clap. Jiangye clapped his hands and said, "When the leader sends a formation master to break the defensive formation, this king can easily take care of the iron bone." He. He covered his face and laughed strangely. "Everything is under this king's control." Ah! Suddenly, a child's scream came from above. Boom! 5 meters away, something suddenly fell and kissed the ground, rolling up a cloud of dust. Jiangye, who was laughing strangely, was startled. The dust dispersed, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The corner of Jiangye's mouth twitched. Did someone take things too hard and jump off the cliff to commit suicide? He merged his spiritual sense into the pit and understood everything inside. He was stunned. Is this a human or a beast? As expected of a martial king powerhouse. Suddenly seeing the existence that looked like a human and a demon, he was only a little surprised and did not feel any panic. Clap. Little Long Long put one hand on the ground and climbed out of the pit in a sorry state. Damn it! It patted the dust off its body and covered its forehead. It broke down. It's the first time I used my combat form, and I did such a shameful thing. Hey! Jiangye said, "Are you a human or a demon?" Swoosh! Suddenly, Little Long Long appeared in front of him. Its fiery red eyes flashed with anger. "I am a dragon man." So fast. Jiangye's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. But it was too late. Little Longlong's seemingly tender little fists had already landed on his chest. Jiang Yi could rely on his spiritual sense to see it in advance, but there was no time to dodge. He couldn't even block it with his arms. Bang! An energy wave visible to the naked eye spread out from Jiang Xie's back, and he was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall. Swoosh! Little Longlong rushed over. Its red arms waved crazily, launching a rainstorm of attacks. You hurt my master. You have nothing left to live for. Bang! 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 Dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. The mountain wall suffered the bombardment of power and cracked rapidly, spreading upward like a spider web. There was only one word to describe it: brutal. These 4 words were extremely brutal. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 310. After a round of crazy bombardment, at least 5 to 6 meters of the mountain wall was shattered and caved in. Swish! Little Longlong stopped and said indifferently, "This is the result of injuring my master." Jiang Yi was caved in the stone wall. His body was full of wounds and his face was blasted into a pig's head. One word: miserable. He didn't say anything because he had fainted after being beaten up. A martial king. He was directly beaten up. It was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Jun Changxiao's order to keep him alive, this king of Heljiang would probably have returned to his hometown. Just now, he said that everything was under control, but in the blink of an eye, he was beaten up. The speed of face slapping was simply too fast. There was no other way. Who would have thought that a demon who looked like an 8 or 9 years old child would have such terrifying strength? Jiang Yi was a second-rank martial king, but he was beaten up so miserably. Little Longlong's strength was at least comparable to a 5th or 6th-rank martial king, or even higher. Its combat form was so terrifying. Swish! Little Longlong grabbed one of Jiang Yi's feet and dug him out of the stone wall. Then, it jumped up the cliff and landed on the top of the mountain. Just like that. The unconscious Jiang Yi was dragged into the iron bone by Little Longlong and then thrown on the martial arts practice field. This, looking at the demon fiend sect expert who was beaten up to the point that even his mother couldn't recognize him, Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. Counting the time, it had only been 10 minutes since his contract beast jumped off the cliff. A martial king was beaten to such a state. The speed was too fast. It was mainly because Jiang Yi was a bit resistant and Little Longlong was beating him up more, so it hit him for a while longer. Otherwise, it would have been done in a few minutes. Master. Little Longlong raised its head and said in a childish voice, "Quickly praise me." Amazing, amazing. Jun Changxiao gave a thumbs up. To be able to beat a martial king so miserably, his contract beast was simply amazing. In order to increase the mutation rate, he almost spent all his fortune. Now it seemed that it was worth it. Little Longlong said seriously, "I won't be happy because of Master's praise." The corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. "If you're not overjoyed, why are you wagging your tail?" Boom! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Little Dragonite returned to its normal form and lay on the ground like a limp loach. Although the battle form was very powerful, its weakness was that it could not be maintained for long. After returning to normal, it would also fall into a weakened state. Jun Changxiao walked over and hugged it in his arms. "Little fellow, you've worked hard." The little dragon was so weak that it didn't even have the strength to cry out. It could only lie on its master's body and close its eyes to rest. Sect leader. Li Qingyang asked, "How do we deal with this guy?" "Seal the meridians." Jun Changxiao glanced at Jiang Yi and said indifferently, "Lock him up." Under normal circumstances, martial artists with low cultivation levels would never be able to get close to a martial king, let alone seal their chi meridians. But now, Jiangye was beaten half to death and was completely at the mercy of others. Therefore, Li Qingyang easily sealed the qi meridians, and even sealed more than 10 qi meridians on his body. It was absolutely foolproof. Just like that, Jiangye, who originally wanted to complete the mission early and go home to sleep, successfully entered the Iron Bone, but sadly became a prisoner. He was no longer king of Hell Jiang. He was now a genuine beggar Jiang. Little Long Long activated its battle form. Although it was terrifying, the side effects were also very great. The next day, it was still in a weak state and didn't even have the slightest appetite. Jun Changshao was very worried. The system said, after using the illusion technique, the Mirage Beast will enter different degrees of weakness according to the strength. Little Long Long can abuse the Martial King, so it's normal for it to be weak for a long time. Jun Changshao relaxed, and said with a cold gaze, injuring Laozi and making Little Long Long weak, that guy must not be let off easily, he must suffer a fate worse than death. In the sturdy cell, Jiangye was pressed against the wall. His hands and feet were bound by thick iron chains, and his head was half-hung. The wounds on his body from Little Long Long's bombardment were still clearly visible. Being tortured so miserably and having more than 10 qi meridians sealed, there was no need to use chains to bind him, but for the sake of a martial king, he had to be treated with high standards. After a while, sunlight shone in through the iron window and shone on Jiangye's eyes. His eyelids blinked slightly, and he gradually woke up from his coma. The moment he woke up, intense pain engulfed his heart, and his body felt as if it was about to fall apart. Jiangye, who was enduring the pain, recalled what happened earlier. He remembered that he was attacked by a monster that looked like a human and a demon, and then he lost his mind. Needless to say, he was knocked unconscious. Then, where was he now? Enduring the pain from his body, Jiangye tried to raise his head and found that he was in a dark room. Only a ray of sunlight shone in through the window. Hua hua. As his limbs moved, the sound of the iron chains came. Jiangye instantly realized that he had become a prisoner. The anger in his heart suddenly rose, and he immediately activated his mental cultivation method. However, he could not get in touch with the spirit core. Damn it! Not only did he become a prisoner, but his qi meridians were also sealed. This was simply too cowardly. Bang! At this moment, the tightly shut iron door was kicked open. Jun Changshao walked in with a few disciples with a murderous aura. Sect leader Su Xiaomua said, "This guy is awake. Knock him unconscious again." Jun Changshao said coldly. He came here with only one purpose, and that was to use all his strength to torture this guy, to take revenge for yesterday's spanking. Yes. Su Xiaomua walked over, and without saying a word, he began to bombard Jiangye like a storm. The bombardment made Jiangye's face abnormally sinister. A martial king expert was very good at using spiritual energy. They could even cover their whole body to form a defense. Now that Jiangye's qi meridians were sealed and his cultivation was gone, he was just a punching bag that was more resistant than an ordinary person. Therefore, after a round of torture, he, who was already extremely weak, lowered his head and fainted again. This was most likely due to anger. After all, as a martial king expert, he had never been humiliated by a low-level martial master. Hua! A basin of cold water was poured over, and Jiangye woke up again. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Continue." Yes. In this way, in half an hour, Jiangye was beaten unconscious 5 times and woken up 5 times by cold water. Although his whole body was in pain, he did not scream, showing that he was very strong. Jun Changshao was not surprised. After all, if a martial king screamed after being beaten a few times, it would be a loss of the demeanor of a strong expert. Little brat, after waking up again, Jiangye endured the pain, raised his wet head, and said with a sinister smile, "If if this is how you treat prisoners, then it is really very ordinary. Provoking me? Jun Changshao walked over, raised his right hand, and a cluster of flames immediately rose. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't be anxious, the show has just begun." "This is," Jianya said in shock, "Ling. Ling Long fire." Whoosh! Ah! A painful scream was transmitted in the cell, and it was hair-raising. Chapter 311. Jun Changshao did not doubt that if not for the sect protection formation, the guy called Jiangya would have rushed in and he and the sect would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, he did not show any mercy in terms of torture, taking turns to use all kinds of torture. Especially the burning of the exquisite fire, it was the most cruel, burning Jiangya until he screamed in pain, leaving behind charred scars on his body. The martial king was also human. When the pain reached its peak, it would also scream out miserably. However, the martial king's will was extremely strong. After being burned by the exquisite fire, Jiangya woke up once again, and said with a sinister smile, "Little brat. This kind of method, this king can still." "I can still bear it," Jun Changshao said indifferently, "this is only the first day, after this, I will let you have a good time." With that, he left with Su Xiaomua and the others. He had already been imprisoned, so he had plenty of time to play with him slowly. And so, for the next 3 days, Jiangya had to endure torture at every moment. If it was an ordinary person, their will would have already collapsed. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "Why don't you give him a quick death?" He was not sympathizing with an evil sect martial cultivator, but he was worried that if something unexpected happened, it would be troublesome. Jun Changshao sat in the study room, the back of his hand holding his chin, and said, "This is a martial king, it would be a pity to kill him." "What does sect leader mean?" Li Qingyang said. Jun Changshao said, "If we can destroy his will and control his soul source, it would be pretty good to stay in the sect as a servant." The martial king was still very strong. If he could take him for his own use, it would definitely be better than killing him. Li Qingyang said, "The martial king has his dignity, relying on torture to make him submit, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult." "That's right." Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair, and said, "After being tortured for so long, he is still very unyielding, it will be a bit difficult to control him." Whine. At this moment, the invisible array formation in the outside world suddenly appeared. At the entrance of the mountain, Ten Wuzong was very depressed. "It's been 3 days since Milord went to the back of the mountain. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Just as he was thinking, the Fiend Demon Sect's branch sent over 2 array masters. They couldn't wait for Jiangya, so they ordered them to infiltrate the defensive array formation and destroy it from the inside. Pooh! Pooh! However, they just entered it when a terrifying force swept over, and it instantly shook their souls to the point they were dazed. Both of them retreated explosively and spat out blood. They suppressed their surging chi and blood as shock appeared in their eyes. "This formation is too strange. I've studied it for decades, but I've never seen such a complicated formation." Both of them were experienced array masters who had set up and broken array formations countless times. However, after they infiltrated the sect protection formation, they were immediately stunned by the intricate lines and formations inside. There were traces to be found in any formation. However, the array formation standing on the iron bone was invulnerable. Even without the backlash from earlier, with their current cultivation, they wouldn't be able to break the formation even if they studied it for a lifetime. The sect protection formation was something from Merchant City, and it was different from the Falling Star Continent's array system. It was impossible to break it. Jun Changshao didn't care about the formation's appearance, nor did he care about the people outside. Instead, he focused on how to subdue Jiangya. Although he could use torture to torture him, he couldn't break his strong willpower, so he had to use another method. Creak. The cell door was pushed open, and Lu Wancher walked in with a lunchbox. Looking at Jiangye, who was bound by thick chains and covered in injuries, she couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, does it hurt?" Jiangye lowered his head and didn't say anything. Lu Wancher put down the lunchbox and opened the lid. Instantly, the fragrant smell of food wafted out. Not bad. Jun Changshao planned to use delicious food to tempt him. Needless to say, Jiangye, who had been hungry for a few days, smelled the intoxicating fragrance, and his stomach started to rumble. "Big brother, I'll put the food here." Lu Wancher placed the food in front of him, packed up the lunchbox, and left. Clatter, clatter. Jiangye dragged the chains and walked over with difficulty. Because his hands were bound, he could only open his mouth to eat. He wasn't worried about the food being poisoned. After all, he was already a prisoner. If the other party wanted him to die, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Munch, munch. Eating the food made by Lu Wancher, Jiangye felt like he was bathing in the mountains in the spring breeze. That feeling was too comfortable, too wonderful. Vaguely. He remembered when he was young, when he was hungry, his sister brought him to the restaurant in town to steal leftovers. "Big sister, there's shredded meat. Big sister, there's an unfinished fish. Big sister, why aren't you eating? Big sister isn't hungry." When he was young, Jiangye didn't know that it wasn't that his sister wasn't hungry, but that she risked her life to steal food for him. Although he was eating leftovers, it was the most delicious and satisfying meal he had ever eaten in his life. Later, the matter was exposed and the restaurant owner sent people to take his sister away. Jiangye was also beaten up and laid in a broken house for 3 days and 3 nights. From that day onwards, he and his sister were separated and never saw each other again. Later, because Jiangye had the opportunity to cultivate martial arts, he tied up the restaurant owner and found out that his sister was sold to a brothel in the city. That day, the flames burning in the restaurant couldn't compare to the anger in Jiangye's heart. "Big sister, I will definitely find you." After he was angry in the mountains, he went to the city, but that brothel had already closed several years ago. His sister's clues were cut off. For a long time, Jiangye spent his time asking and searching. But there was no progress. In the end, he could only join the Demon Fiend Sect and willingly become an evil sect member. Why? Because this organization had a strong intelligence network. However, even with the help of the powerful intelligence network of the Demon Fiend Sect, Jiangye still couldn't find his sister. This made him feel incomparable despair and even wondered if his sister had already fallen. No. As long as there was no evidence, his sister must still be alive. He had to continue searching, even if he had to search for a lifetime. "Little Xie, although our parents are gone, but our home is still here. No matter how difficult the future is, we must live well." This was what his sister had said back then, and Jiangye had deeply remembered it in his heart. Therefore, after a long and fruitless search, he lived in Jiang Town, hoping that his sister, who was still alive, would one day return to this dilapidated home. Unfortunately, year after year of waiting, in exchange for year after year of no news. Because of his sister's fetters, Jiangye, who could have been stronger, took a long time to break through to the martial king realm. The martial Dao was not important to him. If he could find his only family in this world, it didn't matter if he stopped forever. Lu Wancher's food reminded Jiangye of his painful past, making him eat while tears streamed down his face. Damn! Su Xiaoma stood outside, the corner of his mouth twitching. Dudu's food made the martial king cry. Jun Changshao said, "Food is the most important thing for the people. Even a martial king can't resist the temptation of delicious food. If we let him eat for a few more days, he will definitely surrender." The two of them didn't know that this wasn't because of the food, but because of the scenery. 3 days later, he opened the prison door and entered, sitting on the chair prepared by the disciples. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, hand over your soul source and become this seat's servant. I can let you live. Jianya hadn't been tortured these past few days, and he had been fed. Although he still didn't have any strength, his spirit was very good. He. He laughed strangely and said, "Brat, do you think that with just a few meals, you can make this king submit? You don't agree? I am the king of martial arts, how can I bend my waist for 5 bushels of rice?" Chapter 312. All right. Jun Changshao got up and left. Then, he cut off the food supply and began to destroy his willpower mentally. He thought that he could use delicious food to control Jianya. But in fact, he guessed wrong. Because that guy hadn't eaten for a few days, his willpower was still very strong. Lu Wancher's delicacies were indeed very tempting, but as the king of martial Dao, he naturally had the pride of a king of martial Dao. How could a black and 2 black martial disciples compare to him? Of course. Jianya still missed it. Sect leader. Su Xiaomua scratched his head and said, "This guy is very hard, do you want to continue torturing him?" Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "It's impossible to destroy his willpower by relying on external forces. Right now, we can only slowly consume it." Lu Wancher said, "Sect leader, let him eat something. What if he starves to death?" Jun Changshao said, "Send some food in." Lu Wancher took the lunch box and went in. Jianya didn't stand on ceremony and ate it clean. As long as it was food, he would eat it. But want this king to submit? Absolutely impossible. Such a tough bone made Jun Changshao feel even more troubled. In the end, he could only choose to continue being imprisoned and prepare for the first great competition. As for the experts of the Devil Fiend sect outside, because they couldn't break the formation and couldn't see Jianya return, they could only stand in front of the mountain gate and look at each other helplessly. Even though 5 days had passed, little Long Long was still in a weak state, and his appetite had greatly decreased. It could be seen that although this kind of strength that suddenly possessed the strength to oppress a martial king was very powerful, the side effects were also very tragic. Someone would ask. Since little Long Long was so awesome, why would he be afraid of Lu Qianqian? The reason was very simple. The first time he was frozen, it left an indelible psychological shadow in the little guy's heart. It was almost time for the great competition. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the other outer sect disciples were cultivating with all their might, hoping to enter the inner sect. Firstly, they could prove their strength, and secondly, they could obtain more resources. Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqian, and the others were completely focused on the Tower of Experience and their cultivation. They were completely oblivious to what was happening outside. After Jun Changshao was done with the preparations for the intersect tournament, he opened the system attribute panel once again. It had been 10 days since the middle grade sect protection formation was activated, and he had burned 100 contribution points. No. Jun Changshao frowned and said, "The people of the Demon Fiend sect have been guarding the mountain gate. If this drags on for a year or so, the contribution points will definitely be used up. With the sect protecting formation, they could sit back and relax. But without contribution points to activate it, it was definitely going to die." The system said, so, the host should quickly think of a way to get rid of the Demon Fiend sect. Otherwise, even if you can hide for a while, you won't be able to hide forever. At this time, Jun Changshao tapped on the beginner's shop and said, "We can only place our hopes on this. Hopefully, we'll be able to find even more powerful firearms." The system said, "You might as well buy a mid-tier item from the mall." Jun Changshao also wanted to, but 1,000 points was too expensive. If he couldn't solve the problem, the remaining contribution points wouldn't be able to support him for long. He didn't refresh the mall immediately. Instead, he first burned incense and took a bath, praying. It was done very formally and also very metaphysically. Everything was ready. He directly pulled down Then, the tragedy began. He refreshed 5 times in a row and spent 100 contribution points. There wasn't a single useful item, but he did get a lot of daily necessities. With the extra 1 point of luck value, I can't feel his existence at all. Calm down, calm down. I'll refresh another 100 points. If I really can't get anything good, I'll decisively choose to give up. Jun Changshao restrained his thoughts and pulled down the mall again. The 6th item that appeared was still a pile of dispensable daily necessities. Just as Jun Changshao was about to continue refreshing, the last item made his eyes light up. It was a product called the Battle Exemption Card, and its shape was similar to a token. Click on the Details item, Battle Exemption Card. Effect: write the name of the enemy force behind the Battle Exemption Card, and can forcibly avoid fighting with the other party for 3 months. Disadvantage: can only be purchased once in the mall. Price: 200 contribution points. After reading the introduction, Jun Changshao almost jumped up, and said, "This thing is good." Although it could only avoid fighting for 3 months, although it could only be bought once, it could undoubtedly provide a certain amount of time for the sect. The system said, this is the credit of 1 point of luck value. Otherwise, the host would never have this kind of product in the beginner's mall. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes, and said, "You're really good after the fact." The point was on the purchase. Ding! The host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained the Battle Exemption Card X1. It has been transferred into the Space Ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 1285200. Jun Changshao didn't use it for the time being. Instead, he took advantage of his good luck and refreshed the mall again. Needless to say, there really was something good. The second item in the first row was still a token-shaped product. Its name was Surrender Order. Click on the Details item, Surrender Order. Effect: raise the surrender order and shout the word surrender towards the captured target. You can force the other party to submit. Disadvantage: can only recruit the captured target once, Martial Disciple and Martial Master for 3 months, Wuzong and Martial King for 2 months, Wu Huang for 1 month, Wu Sheng and above for 2 months. Price: 200 contribution points. Jun Changshao was startled, and immediately said in joy, "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to subdue that tough bone." The system said, this item can only recruit the Martial King for 2 months. Jun Changshao said, "Not to mention 2 months, even if it's 1 month, as long as I use it well, I can make him willing to become my servant." The system was silent. Ding! Host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained the Surrender Order X1. It has been transferred into the Space Ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 1075200. After buying the Surrender Order, Jun Changshao did not refresh it again. After all, there were only 1,000 points left, so he would keep it for emergencies. Then, should I use the Battle Exemption Card first? Or should I recruit that guy first? Jun Changshao thought for a moment and decided to recruit them first. After all, the Devil Fiend sect only sent a dozen or so people, so the problem wasn't too big. Not to mention, if he could recruit that Martial King and make him listen to his orders, he could make good use of it and try his best not to use the Battle Exemption Card. Inside the cell, Lu Wancher brought food over again. She blinked her big round eyes and said, "Big brother, why don't you compromise?" Humph. Jiangye said indifferently, "A mere trash sect wants me to be a servant, it's simply wishful thinking." Lu Wancher said, "You don't have to be a servant, you can be a disciple of our iron bone." Jiangye said in disdain, "Little girl, do you think that a sect can accommodate a great Buddha like this king?" Although his words were a bit arrogant, from a normal point of view, it was indeed unbearable. After all, even in a fifth-rate sect, there were very few Martial King level experts. Lu Wancher said, "Although our iron bones level is not high, it is a very warm family. When you integrate into it, you will definitely like it very much. Big family? Jiangye laughed coldly. It's just a sect, no matter how warm it is, how can it be compared to my own home? He secretly added in his heart, even if it's tattered. Creak. Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked in, and said, have you considered it for the past few days? Kid. Jiangye said proudly, do you think that you can use torture and delicacies to make this king submit? You're really underestimating me, Jiangye. You don't agree? Jun Changshao said. Jiangye vowed, if you have any methods, just use them. If this king submits, I will take your surname from today onwards. Chapter 313. Jiangye was unyieldingly defending the dignity of a martial king. Fine. Jun Changshao had completely lost patience with him. He raised his right hand and took out a warm surrender order from his space ring. Kakik. Seeing the two words surrender engraved on the command token, Jiang Xie laughed strangely and said, Kid, what are you singing? Surrender. Jun Changshao said indifferently. Xiao. The two words surrender, on the token flickered with a white light. A beam of light instantly flew out and accurately entered Jiang Xie's forehead. Ga. His smile froze. Call for surrender, call for surrender, call for surrender, the sound kept lingering in his ears. Jiang Ye's face gradually became ferocious. An irresistible force was crazily spreading in his body. It began to control his thoughts and forced him to lower his noble head. In the end, he gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, Servant Jiang Xie greets the Lord. He swore that he didn't want to say it, but his thoughts and mouth didn't listen to him and came out. Lu Wancher was shocked. Just now, he had stubbornly told her that Iron Bone was trash and couldn't hold a god like him. How did he become a servant in a blink of an eye and greet master? That's right. He had just said that if he surrendered, he would take the sect leader's surname. Wouldn't he be called Jun Xie in the future? Jiang Ye didn't consider whether his surname would be Jiang or Jun. Instead, he roared in his heart, who can tell me what is going on? Ka ka. The chains were removed and he was free. Jiang Ye wanted to raise his weak hand and slap his own face, but he cupped his hands and said with difficulty, Thank you master. Thank my ass. That's not what I wanted to say. At that moment, Jiang Ye's thoughts were very clear, but there was a special force that forced him to listen to Jun Changshao. This was the surrender order in the merchant city. No matter how unyielding you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter how strong you are. As long as you are bound by the power of surrender, you can only obey the orders of the user. There is no reason at all. Unfortunately. Since he couldn't erase the rebellious thoughts, he could only forcefully control them. Even though Jiang Ye had no choice but to listen to Jun Changshao, he was still unconvinced. This is what it means to have my body, but not my soul. Jun Changshao didn't care. As long as the other party obeyed his orders, even if it was just a short month, he was confident that he could influence the other party and make the other party willingly become his servant. Come. Jun Changshao sat on a chair with one leg crossed over the other and said, Tell me everything about the demon fiend sect targeting my Ironbone sect. If it was in the past, Jiang Ye would definitely not say anything. But the special power controlled his body and mind, so he blurted out everything. It was very clear and detailed. He couldn't help but be surprised. When did he become so fluent in his speech? From Jiang Ye, Jun Changshao learned that this was a mission issued by the leader of the Yangzhou branch in the southwest. They were to destroy Iron Bone and bring back the saber with the weapon spirit. However, he frowned. That's it. I've been living in seclusion in Jiangzhou town, so I don't know much about the branch. Jiang Ye was crying in his heart. He really didn't want to say these words, but he couldn't control his mouth. Oh. Jun Changshao was surprised. Why do you want to live in seclusion in Jiangzhou town? An arrogant martial king who didn't enjoy the high-standard treatment and chose to live in seclusion in a town, this was definitely a person with a story. Because it's my home. Jiang Ye said with difficulty. Home. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, please tell me your story. Jiang Ye's story was very complicated. He had never told anyone, and even the leader didn't know much about his past. Now, under the control of the power to summon him, he started from his childhood, talked about his sister who had lost contact with him, and also talked about why he wanted to live in seclusion in Jiangjia town. After Lu Wancher finished listening, she wiped her tears and said, Big brother, you're so pitiful. Jiang Ye was silent. After talking about his past, although he was angry, his suppressed state of mind was released. Jun Changshao thought, I thought he was a disciple of the demon fiend sect. It turns out that he was only temporarily attached to the sect and used the intelligence agency to find his family. This person's strength is not bad, and he's not a real evil sect. The host can try to recruit him as an elder of the sect. The system recommended. Jun Changshao said, I thought of the same thing. After learning about Jiang Ye's story, he really did have the thought of recruiting him and appointing him as an elder. After all, a martial king was qualified to take this position. Facts have proven it. Jun Changshao said, even if you attached yourself to the demon fiend sect, you still couldn't find your sister. In the end, you became their killing tool. Jiang Ye smiled bitterly and said, it can be considered as using each other. Jun Changshao said, have you ever considered using another method to find your sister? What method? Jiang Ye said. Just by saying it casually, his eyes flashed with a hopeful light, which made Jun Changshao believe that his sister was very important in his heart. This was his weakness. Since he knew, if he didn't persuade him, what kind of sect master was he? What kind of transmigrator was he? Jun Changshao leaned forward and said, join my Iron Bone sect and become a member. I'll help you find your long-lost family. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ye would definitely say disdainfully, even a third-rate sect can't do it, how can a trash sect find her? Limited by the power of control, he said with difficulty, Master can help me find my sister. Jun Changshao said, you may think that I'm lying, but in fact, in the Falling Star continent, Jun Changshao can do things that others can't. For example. He paused and said, you are a martial king with a strong will, why would you bow down to me? These words made Jiang Ye silent. He still had the ability to think independently. He was still thinking, why did he submit to him uncontrollably even though he didn't want to? Some kind of sorcery? Impossible. Impossible. Although he wasn't the most orthodox martial cultivator of the evil sect, he had been in contact with such people for a long time. He had never heard of any sorcery that could forcibly control others. Of course. Jun Changshao stood up and said, that alone won't be enough to convince him. Once you take this pill, you should be able to fully realize how extraordinary I am. As he spoke, he threw a mid-grade healing pill. This was an order. Although Jiang Ye was unwilling, he took the pill directly after receiving it. Whoosh! The pill took effect, and the damaged meridians were quickly healed. Even the skin that was bombarded and burned, recovered quickly in the blink of an eye. This, Jiang Ye's eyes were filled with shock. He had many healing pills in his space ring, but he had never seen such a pill that could quickly recover after taking it. He had heard of it. Jiang Xie said in disbelief, the medicinal pill that Lord gave, could it be the healing pill refined by the AI family? That's not right. As far as he knew, that kind of pill was only limited to low grade and couldn't treat martial kings. Jun Changshao said, my pill is 1 grade higher than the AI family's healing pill. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Since when were pills that could quickly heal injuries so common? Or was it that he had been living in seclusion for too long and was isolated from the outside world? Chapter 314. P.S. the 4 chapters that were updated at midnight yesterday were sent in the wrong order and the content has been modified. Those who did not update immediately can try to clear the cache or delete this book and add it to the bookshelf to read the latest content. Jiang Yi did not think that he was alone, because he would do missions every once in a while and had some understanding of the matters of the Jianghu. He had never heard of this kind of pill that could quickly heal injuries and was suitable for the martial king level. I can control you and also have pills that can heal injuries. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and smiled. You should have some understanding of my extraordinariness, right? More than understanding. Jiang Yi was shocked. Yi Xingqian, who was reborn as a martial emperor, was still guessing that Jun Changshao might be from the upper realm, not to mention that he was a martial king. Master is extraordinary. Jiang Yi said seriously. The word master had the power to summon him, and extraordinary was his original intention. Forcefully controlling him and having a pill that could heal him quickly, this was too strange. Jun Changshao said, so, instead of helping the evil in the demon fiend sect, why don't you abandon the dark and join my Iron Bone Sword sect? He could directly order Jiang Yi to join Iron Bone. But after all, it was only for a month. Once he regained his freedom, he would leave, and he would not be able to stay. If he wanted him to join the sect, he would have to be loyal. Of course. Jun Changshao added, if you join, I can appoint you as an elder. Master can really help me find my sister. If Jiang Yi cared about his position and wealth, he would not live in a dilapidated house. He only cared about his sister, who was his only family in this world. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, I can't guarantee that I can definitely find your family. A trace of pain appeared in Jiang Yi's eyes. But Jun Changshao said again, you have been in the demon fiend sect for so long and there is no news. Why don't you come to my Iron Bone and give it a try? Trees die when they move, people live when they move. You should understand this principle. Sect leader Jun's words to win people over were one after another. Furthermore, he didn't promise that he would find it. It was just that he couldn't be fixated on one place. When there was no hope, he had to know how to be flexible. Jiang Yi was silent. No matter how many times he searched, there was no news of him. He became more and more disappointed with the Devil Fiend sect, and thought of leaving. However, this was a sect that had information all over the provinces and counties. After leaving, who would be able to find them? The Starfall continent was so vast. Jiang Yi did not think that he could find his family in the sea of people by himself. Not to mention King Wu, even Wu Huang couldn't do it. Unless, a martial emperor. This kind of supreme existence could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, so it was naturally easy for them to find someone. Jun Changshao said, the human heart is very complicated. You want to use the demon fiend sect's intelligence agency to find your long-lost sister, but they may not be sincere in helping you. This sentence was very lethal, and Jiang Yi was stunned on the spot. Jun Changshao said, if I were the head division leader, in order to keep a killing tool like you, even if I really got the news, I would definitely not tell you. Jiang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. It was not impossible. Jun Changshao caught the change in his eyes and said, I am not trying to sow discord. You should know the style of the evil sect better. He was clearly trying to sow discord, but he still said it with an innocent face. No one else could do this. Phew. Jiang Yi exhaled. After a fierce struggle in his heart, he murmured, if a tree moves, it will die. If a person moves, he will live. If this road is blocked, it's not impossible to change the road. He was tempted. Not because of the power to recruit. Shua. Jun Changshao took out the entry form and placed it on the table, saying seriously, I will make it clear in advance. Once you enter the Iron Bone, you will always be an Iron Bone person. You can't be different for a year or a day. He did not want this guy to move to his sect and then move to another place. Jiangye laughed, Master, please be at ease. The one who decided to stay is not me, but this sect. If I am not controlled, then let me stay in the Iron Bone forever. Sure, but it depends on whether this sect has the value of letting me stay. Jun Changshao held the pen and said, Name. Jiangye. Pa. After writing, he stamped the sect leader's seal. Ding. Sect member, 100120000. Ding. Sect contribution, 128620000. Jun Changshao said, From today onwards, you are a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. Jiangye was stunned. Only asking for his name after joining the sect, wasn't this too careless? Thinking back, in order to sneak into the Demon Fiend sect, he was interrogated for a long time before finally passing with difficulty. Xiao Mo, Jun Changshao said, Release his meridians. Yes. Su Xiaoma walked in from outside and released the sealed meridians for Jiangye. He grinned, Before we were enemies, now we are from the same sect. Don't mind the past. Jiangye was instantly angry. He remembered that the second day he was captured, he was beaten up by him. If it wasn't for the sect leader's sake, spirit energy would have flowed through his meridians. He would have already exploded and beaten this guy up. Just like that. Jiangye joined the Iron Bone clan. He was not a Demon Fiend sect disciple, so he did not have any psychological burden. But what Jun Changshao needed to consider was how to make the sect leader temporarily give up on targeting his sect. I'll leave it to you, he said. Jiangye's mouth twitched. I am just one of their fighters. Although I have a bit of status, it is impossible to change the sect leader's mind. Jun Chang smiled and said, Although this is difficult, you just need to stall for time as much as possible. I'm just giving it a try. Jiangye said. The Demon Fiend sect had their eyes on the Iron Bone clan. Unless the higher-ups withdrew the order, the sect leader would not stop. And the only thing he could do was stall for time. As for how to stall, that was a problem. Jun Changshao said, You can return with injuries and tell the sect leader that the Iron Bone clan is not only protected by formations, but there are also powerhouses overseeing it. They will beat you up. Jiangye murmured, This method is not bad, but I am not injured. Very simple. Jun Changshao looked at him and said in a serious tone, Then let's beat you up again. Jiangye's mouth twitched violently. Come. Jun Changshao said, Take back all the spirit energy. He had to get rid of the Demon Fiend sect as soon as possible, so he could not wait to beat Jiangye up so that he could report back. Can you be gentler? You have to hit harder, otherwise you will be exposed. Jiangye's heart collapsed. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken the healing pill because the injuries were absolutely real. Now, after recovering quickly, he had to be beaten up again. Although he was a martial king and his body was strong, being beaten up all the time was too sullen. Bang! 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 After a round of crazy violence, the pitiful king of Heljiang was once again reduced to a beggar. Moreover, because he did not use spirit energy to protect his body, he was heavily injured and almost had no strength to walk. Jun Changshao didn't treat Jiang Xia unfairly. When Jiang Xia was walking down the cliff, he gave him a mid-grade healing pill and a body sculpting pill. He also warned him, after you return, take them when your injuries are healed. Chapter 3:15. Jiangye had rolled and crawled down the cliff, which had undoubtedly aggravated his injuries. He had done this on purpose. After all, since he was acting, he had to do it well. He couldn't let the suspicious big branch leader see any flaws. Sect Master. On the top of the mountain, Li Qingyang said worriedly, What if he doesn't come back? Jun Changshao said, If he cares about his lost relatives, he will definitely come back after taking the body-shaping pill. Why was he so sure? It wasn't because of the control of the subduing force, but because of the improvement of the physical body brought by the body-shaping pill. It would definitely make him realize how extraordinary he was. Let's wait for Jiangye to come back. Jun Changshao said, my iron bone will have a martial king elder. Su Xiaomao said with a bitter face, Sect Master, I have beaten him many times. If he becomes an elder, how will he live in the future? Jun Changshao said, didn't you also beat Xingchen? Aren't you still alive and kicking now? That guy came from the demon fiend sect. How can he be compared to junior brother Yi? Su Xiaomao said. If this guy knew that Yi Xingchen was a martial emperor in his previous life and killed people like flies, he would definitely change his mind and think that Jiangye looked more gentle. Jun Changshao whispered, our iron bone should be able to live peacefully for a while. Outside the mountain gate. The 10 Wuzong and 2 formation masters were still there. At first, they wanted to break the formation, but now they were purely waiting for Jiangye. After all, he had disappeared for several days. It's been more than 10 days. Why hasn't Lord returned yet? Could he have encountered some trouble? Impossible. Lord is a martial king. In Azure Sun County, who can cause trouble for him? The more they discussed, the more anxious they became. The disciples of the demon fiend sect never dreamed that Jiangye would be captured by the iron bone, let alone be subdued. Plop. At this moment, a sound came from behind. Everyone was shocked. They turned around and saw a black-clothed cultivator covered in blood lying on the stairs. Yes, sir. One of the Wuzong men recognized him. Everyone hurriedly rushed over and helped the heavily injured Jiangye up. Oh my God! In the Azure Sun County, there was really someone who could injure the Lord. Iron Bone has an expert. Jiangye said weakly, hurry. Hurry back to the branch, Shua. The demon fiend sect disciple did not hesitate at all and hurriedly carried him away. To be able to beat a martial king into such a state, an iron bone expert must be very terrifying. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall. Seeing the demon fiend sect's group leave, the corners of his mouth curled up in a smile. Good acting. If Jiangye knew about this, he would definitely break down. I'm not acting. I'm seriously injured from your abuse. Southwest Yangzhou Demon Fiend Sect Branch Headquarters. When the Great Branch Master saw that Jiangye was heavily injured and carried back, the first thing he did was to order an apothecary to treat his injuries. When the injury stabilized, he personally came to ask, how did you get injured so badly? Who injured you? Jiangye said weakly, I was injured by an old man. In my judgment, his cultivation is either peak martial king or Wu Huang. What? The Great Branch Master was shocked. Wu Huang. Not to mention Azure Sun County, even the Heavenly Mandate Royal City in southwest Yangzhou might not have such an expert. Are you sure? The Great Branch Master questioned. Jiangye said, the opponent's aura was too strong. I couldn't see through it at all. However, when he attacked, he clearly didn't use his full strength, but I couldn't fight back at all. The Great Branch Master fell into deep thought. He had examined Jiangye's injuries. Although they were serious, they were not caused by a powerful attack. It seems. He murmured, that person didn't want to take your life. Yes. Jiangye said, before the old man left, he said to spare my life and not to harass Iron Bone in the future. The Great Branch Master frowned. That expert has something to do with Iron Bone. I'm not sure, Jiangye said. Some words couldn't be said too directly. Only by being vague could they have a better effect. The Great Branch Master held his chin and said with a serious gaze, it seems that it's necessary to contact headquarters and send Wu Huang over. Jiang Xie groaned in his heart. If headquarters really sent Wu Huang over, Iron Bone would definitely be in danger. Great Branch Master. At this moment, a subordinate walked in and said, there's a new message from headquarters. The great branch master took the special message from headquarters. After glancing at it, he sneered, "The Taikuan sect actually dares to have ideas about our demon fiend sect's mine. They are quite bold." The Taikuan sect? Jiang Ye said in surprise, "It seems to be a third-rate sect." The great branch master said, "Headquarters asked my southwest Yangzhou branch master to send reinforcements. The matter of Iron Bone will temporarily come to an end. As for you, return to Jiangjia town to recuperate." Saying this, he got up and was about to leave. "Great branch master," Jiang Ye said, "is there any news about the person I'm looking for?" "There's no news for now." The great branch master said this and hurriedly left. Jiang Ye had asked this question countless times, and the great branch master had answered countless times. After listening to Jun Changxiao's attempt to drive a wedge between them, the great branch master realized that this seemed to be impatiently brushing him off. Jiang Ye, you and the demon fiend sect only have an employment relationship. If you're not a member of their sect, how could they sincerely help you find someone? Even without Jun Changxiao's persuasion, Jiang Ye was thoroughly disappointed in the demon fiend sect. Leaving was a matter of time. Speaking of which, he really had to thank the Supreme Earth sect. If he hadn't suddenly interfered to seize the demon fiend sect's mine, the great branch master definitely wouldn't have let it go. The next day, Jiang Ye dragged his weak body back to Jiangjia town and returned to his dilapidated home. It was strange. Every time he went out to do a mission, he would be very anxious. However, after returning home, he would be unusually calm. Whoosh! Lying on the bed, he took out a medial-grade healing pill and swallowed it. His injuries quickly healed, and he was full of energy, shocking Jiang Ye once again. With such a miraculous pill, this Iron Bone sect master is really not simple. He took out the body-shaping pill and muttered, "I hope he has a way to help me find my long-lost family." Saying this, he swallowed the pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the meridians, blood, and skin in his body were strengthened. As his physical body improved, his strength also increased. Whoosh! Jiang Ye jumped up from the bed and clenched his fists. He felt nearly 200,000 Jin more strength than before, and his eyes were filled with shock. The effect of the body-shaping pill was that during the channel opening stage, it would be strengthened as one's cultivation increased. When a high-level martial artist took it, they would directly recover their strength. When a rank 2 martial king took it, their strength would directly increase by 200,000 Jin. This seemed terrifying, but it was actually normal. After all, an ordinary rank 2 martial king could casually explode with more than 1,000,000 Jin of strength. However, Jiang Ye couldn't control himself. He had a high-grade spiritual root, and was a high-level martial king. The normal strength of a rank 2 martial king was around 1.7 million Jin. Now that it increased by 200,000 Jin, he was very close to the extreme level. This was only because of a single pill. What shocked Jiang Ye even more was not the increase in strength, but the increase in his physical body. One had to know that at his level, his muscles were already fixed. Unless he relied on spiritual power, there was no way to increase his foundation. "What I ate," he was a bit confused, "is it a pill or an elixir?" "No." Jiang Ye stood up from the bed and said gravely, "I have to return to the Iron Bone sect." After seeing the effects of the medial-grade healing pill and the power of the body-shaping pill, he would return without hesitation even if he had to remove the force of surrender. That night, Jiang Ye left Jiangjia town. He arrived at the Iron Bone sect after daybreak. It was the day of the first intersect tournament. Chapter 316. Iron Bone's first intersect competition began today. Thousands of disciples were wearing clean school uniforms and lined up neatly on the martial arts practice field. The disciples who joined the sect earlier had a higher cultivation base, and their aura was slightly stronger. Although the new disciples were not as strong as their senior brothers, they all held their heads high. Being able to defeat a colossus like the Sacred Spring Sect made the Iron-Bone disciples more confident, so their spirit was also very strong. Jiangye, who rushed over overnight, was stunned when he saw the disciples gathered at the martial arts practice field. Was this a sect? No. It was more like a sect. Why did Jiangye have this feeling? This was because the disciples of the Iron-Bone faction were all brimming with confidence and vigor. Looking at the determination in their eyes, Jiangye seemed to see himself who had obtained an opportunity and was constantly working hard to cultivate in order to find his family. Sect leader. Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother is back." Jun Changshao, who was standing in the main hall, said, "From today onwards, you will have to call him elder." He didn't directly appoint Jiangye as a disciple because the other party definitely didn't really see him as a member of the sect. Now that he had returned, it meant that he had acknowledged him. "Let's welcome the elder of our Iron-Bone sect home with a warm round of applause," Jun Changshao said in a clear voice. Clap clap clap. All the disciples turned around and gave him a warm round of applause. Go home. These two words made Jiangye feel a lot of emotions. After a while, he walked to the front of the main hall and cupped his hands. Disciple Jiangye greets the sect leader. This was not the power to summon him, but from the bottom of his heart. Because Jiangye wanted to know if Iron-Bone could become his second home. Jun Changshao didn't immediately start the first intersect competition. Instead, he announced in public that Jiangye would be appointed as an elder from today onwards. It was normal for a sect to have elders. For example, the vast Qi sect had more than 20 elders alone. However, Iron-Bone was a bit valiant. The first elder of the sect was actually a martial king. Even fifth-rate sects like the Sacred Spring Sect and the Tsangshan Sect didn't have an elder of this level. A martial king expert becoming an elder of a seventh-rate sect was extremely rare in the entire Starfall continent. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a great commotion. Again. Not bad. During the period when Jun Changshao returned, the news of him winning 74 matches against the Sacred Spring Sect had already spread throughout the various counties and set off a shocking storm. Iron-Bone Clan. A seventh-rate fighter challenging a fifth-rate fighter. And he even won. And he hadn't lost a single match. If it weren't for the fact that the news was too sensational, and if it weren't for the fact that the various forces had witnessed it with their own eyes, many martial artists would have even suspected that it was a rumor or a malicious hype. Iron-Bone was only slightly famous in the Azure Sun County after defeating the sixth-stream Vast Qi sect. Defeating the fifth-rate Holy Spring sect was enough to make one's name known in all the counties. After all, it was unheard of for a low-tier sect to defeat a major sect on the Starfall continent. It was definitely worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. When the news spread to Qingyang County, it also caused a huge commotion. Unbelievable, unbelievable. I originally thought that Iron-Bone was courting death. I didn't expect him to actually defeat the Sacred Spring Sect. How did an inconspicuous sect become so powerful in such a short period of time? The martial artists in Qingyang County were also in a heated discussion. Moreover, many parents and forces were quite tempted. They were considering whether to send their children to the Iron-Bone sect. At the beginning, many people had heard that Jun Changshao was recruiting disciples. However, very few dared to send their children over because they were afraid of the Vast Qi sect. But now, the Sacred Spring sect had already been defeated by Iron-Bone Clan. There was no need to be afraid of the Vast Qi sect or the 100 Sect Alliance. Without a doubt. As long as Jun Changshao opened the sect, it would be very easy for him to recruit disciples. Of course. He didn't have any plans for the time being. Instead, he officially announced the start of the first intersect tournament of the Iron-Bone Clan. This intersect tournament was all-inclusive and any disciple could participate. However, according to their cultivation and strength, they were divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. Group D was weaker. Group A was the strongest. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, and the other disciples who went to challenge the Sacred Springs sect all signed up for Group A. The other disciples were in the other 3 groups according to their strength. Without a doubt. Group A, which was the strongest, was the highlight of the intersect tournament of the Iron Bone clan. It was also the key to whether a disciple could become an inner disciple. In the other 3 groups, if disciples performed well, they would also receive corresponding rewards. The rules were changed by Jun Changshao at the last minute. After it was set, it would be used for the intersect tournament every year. Without any experience, developing the sect was like crossing the river by feeling the stones. Therefore, things wouldn't be set so professionally from the beginning. It was normal for there to be frequent changes. Boom! Boom! On the martial arts field, 2 rank 2 and 3 martial disciples were fighting fiercely. They used rupturing fist, mountain-splitting palm, and even self-chop. It was quite a lively fight. These were the participants of Group D who went first. Their cultivations were generally rank 2 and 3 martial disciples. Although the fight was in full swing, it wasn't exciting. However, Jiang Ye and Elder Jiang, who were watching the fight, were deeply shocked. After a few fights, the disciples who went on stage seemed to have average aptitudes. However, their explosive power was comparable to that of a middle or high-level martial disciple. Only martial artists with middle or high aptitudes could have a middle or high level of explosive power. Most of the disciples who went on stage had mortal spiritual roots. How could they have such terrifying combat power? About 2 hours later, Group D ended and Group C began. The participants who went on stage also had a middle or high level of explosive power. This, Jiang Ye was a little confused. He tried hard to find the ordinary participants in the fight, but he couldn't find a single one. In other words, the 1,000 disciples who stood on the martial arts field not only had a strong aura, but also had real abilities. Elder Jiang. Jun Changshao said, "These disciples are not bad, right?" Jiang Ye said with a serious expression, "Although their cultivation is a little low, their strength is all in the middle or high level. Their future is limitless." It was not flattery, but the truth. It was no wonder that the more professional Yangzhou certification headquarters in the southwest would give them a top 3 evaluation. 2 hours later, the 3rd group battle ended, and the participants who obtained the first few places naturally received the corresponding resources and rewards. After that, Group B began. As the level increased, the cultivation of the participating disciples also became stronger. The fights were more exciting and worth watching. They are all high level. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Could it be that the disciples who represented Group B all had a high-level spirit root? In fact, they didn't. The reason why they had a high level was because they cultivated in the forging room and the training tower. This was just a normal operation. As the lower-level disciples continued to grow, their iron bone would definitely be high-level martial cultivators. However, the shock brought to Jiang Xie by the intersect grand competition was still ongoing. Because after the Group A competition began, Long Xiang and Yang Yuhua went on stage one after another. The combat power they displayed made him unable to remain calm. They are almost at the upper level. Dusk came. The 4 groups matches ended. In the end, the champion of Group A was Long Xiang. The 2nd and 3rd places were taken by Yang Yuhua and Song Xianzhou. Jiang Ye was so shocked that he couldn't regain his senses. This grand competition between the 2 sects has completely stupefied our elder Jiang. Chapter 317. Jiang Ye, who had been shocked by the healing pill and body-shaping pill, was once again shocked by the iron bone disciples. At that moment, he finally realized that it was not a coincidence that this sect could defeat the fifth-rate Holy Spring sect. They really had the strength. After the inter-sect tournament ended, the rewards began to be distributed. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, Ling Yuanxue, and Zhang Wei, a total of 15 disciples, became the second batch of inner disciples as expected. In this way, the Iron Bone inner disciples increased from 7 to 22, which could be considered as strengthening. Although Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others did not advance, they still had the potential to become inner disciples. If not this year, they would definitely be able to enter the next year. Of course. This was just the beginning of the Iron Bone. With all kinds of resources, there would definitely be more outstanding disciples in the next year's intersect tournament. Long Xiang and the others were extremely proud of being promoted to Nye Sect's disciples. They had a group of monstrous senior brothers in the inner sect, and they followed closely behind. What an honor this was! What was even better was, becoming an inner disciple meant more resources, which was very helpful in improving their martial arts. After the sect leader announced the disbandment, Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the others eagerly went to the Elixir Pavilion to receive the martial arts resources that were only available to inner disciples. The intersect tournament ended. Jiangye gradually calmed down and said seriously, "Sect leader, if our sect can continue to develop, becoming a fourth-rate sect will not be a problem. With so many strong disciples, there was no reason not to be optimistic." Fourth-rate? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's too low." Fourth-rate was too low. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Although there were many sects of this level in the Falling Star continent, they did not appear casually. They needed enough time and resources to accumulate. Jun Changshao said seriously, "My goal is to make the Iron Bone sect the strongest sect in the continent." The strongest sect. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched even more violently. So, the sect leader was an ambitious person. But wasn't this goal a little too big? Of course. Jun Changshao said, "The road ahead is long and arduous. I need a powerhouse like you to assist me." Jiang Ye said, "I am willing to serve the Iron Bone Jing sect, I am willing to be at your beck and call." These words were due to the power of summoning. However, he was also looking forward to it. With such potential, to what extent could it grow to in the future? Sect leader. With a serious expression, Jiang Ye said, "Whether a sect is strong or not, the most important thing is that it must be able to withstand great storms." Throughout the long years, countless geniuses had emerged, and outstanding sects had been born. How many of them had fallen in the long river of history? The experts and sects that stood towering on the Falling Star continent and were worshipped by all living beings had all gone through great storms. Therefore, potential only represented potential. Only by turning it into strength and establishing a foothold in the world could one be considered truly strong. Jun Changshao said, "Is challenging the vast Qi sect considered a great storm? Forget it. Is challenging the Sacred Spring sect considered a great storm? Forget it. It wasn't just a calculation, it was a perilous situation." So, Jun Changshao said proudly, "I have the confidence to make Iron Bone the strongest sect, and I also have the confidence to face the great storms in the future." Jiang Ye said, "Sect leader, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Jun Changshao said. Jiang Ye told him that the sect leader planned to go to the headquarters to invite Wu Huang. "It can't be." Jun Changshao's expression changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Even an expert like Wu Huang is going to come. They are giving Iron Bone too much face. Jiang Ye was speechless. Why did the ambition he showed just now suddenly disappear? Jun Changshao was not afraid. After all, with the sect protecting formation, Wu Huang might not be able to do anything to his sect. However, if they were always targeted by a powerful third-rate sect, how could they develop in the future? Sigh. If he had known this, he would have lost to the patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect. However, Jianya said, the Supreme Kun's sect is going to rob the Demon Fiend Sect's mine, so the sect leader won't be in the mood to target Iron Bone for the time being. Jun Changshao let out a long breath and said, "What mine?" Jianya said, "Spirit Stone Mine." Jun Changshao said in shock, "Spirit stones can be dug out?" Jianya said, "Spirit stones are divided into two types. One is natural spirit stones, the other is artificial spirit stones. Natural spirit stones are dug out from mines, artificial spirit stones are condensed by spirit masters. So that's how it is." Jun Changxiao's knowledge increased. Jianya said again, "In terms of level, spirit stones nurtured by heaven and earth are stronger than artificial spirit stones. The spirit stones circulating on the market are artificial spirit stones." Jun Changxiao said. "That's right." Jianya said, "The spirit stones sold on the market are all artificial spirit stones." Jun Changxiao said, "Are there many mines on the continent?" "Many." Jianya added, "But they are all in the hands of the large sections. The small sects can't even touch the edges. So, that's why the Supreme Kun sect went to rob the Demon Fiend sect." Jun Changxiao said. Jianya nodded. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "It seems that this spirit stone mine is quite important to a sect. They even dare to openly fight for it." Jianya said seriously, "Whether a sect is strong or not depends on the spirit stone mine. A sect without a mine is at most a fourth-rate sect, so it is very important. Large sects often had tens of thousands of disciples. And this would definitely require a huge amount of resources. Relying on pills alone was definitely not enough. Having enough spirit stones was especially important." Jun Changxiao said, "Are spirit stone mines easy to find?" Jianya shook his head and said, "Although there are still many unknown mines on the continent that have not been mined, it is quite difficult to find them. Not to mention." He paused and said, "Even if they are found, they will definitely be targeted by the large sections. At that time, it will be another bloody storm." Jun Changxiao was not surprised. If they dared to openly rob a master mine, it would be strange if the various forces did not fight bloody faces for a newly discovered masterless mine. Because of the mine, there were many forces that eventually led to the destruction of their sections. Therefore, while the mine was a big deal for the large sects, it was a big disaster for the small sects. Jun Changxiao did not dwell too much on the spirit stone mine and said, "You have already taken the body-shaping pill. Starting tomorrow, you will start shaping your body in the shaping room. In terms of martial arts resources, I will provide them at any time." He appointed him as an elder not to manage internal affairs, but to continue to become stronger so that he could assist him in building the strongest sect. Shaping room. Jianya entered the training room a little puzzled and followed the disciples into the shaping room. Ding! The machine started up and ran. Bang! 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 There was a wild explosion. Creak! The door opened, and Jianya slid out like mud. Then, he said helplessly, too scary, too scary." His physical body was very strong, but the power of the shaping room was also very strong. Therefore, regardless of whether it was a martial disciple or a martial king, as long as they entered, they would be treated equally. They would still be tortured to their heart's content. Seeing Elder Jiang paralyzed on the stairs, the passing disciples immediately thought of themselves in the past. Thus, they all looked at him sympathetically. Even a martial king was tortured to such a state. What mental imbalance did he have? Chapter 318. Jun Changxiao arranged an independent courtyard for Jianya. After all, as an elder, he must have the treatment and status of an elder. The next day, Jianya woke up and found that the pain had disappeared. His whole body was comfortable and his strength was much stronger than yesterday. He was a little stunned. It must be because of the molding room. He hurried to the outer courtyard and prepared to sculpt again. Just as he walked out, he heard strange music in the martial arts practice field. I want to cross this desert and find my true self. I only have a camel to accompany me. Jiangye opened his mouth and stared with his eyes wide open. He once again fell into a state of confusion. At this moment, on the martial arts practice field, the sect leader stood at the front. Hundreds of disciples lined up neatly behind him, dancing to the music. Clap clap. Jiangye patted his face and said, "What's going on?" Jun Changshao, who was leading the dance, saw him walk out, snapped his fingers, and said, "Elder Jiang, hurry up and come over for the morning exercise." Fuck. Leading the disciples to dance in the martial arts practice field early in the morning, aren't you ashamed, aren't you ashamed? Although Jiangye was on the verge of collapse, under the control of the power of summoning, he walked into the group with difficulty and followed the sect leader's example. Needless to say, as a martial king, he was quite accomplished in dancing. He learned it in a short while and fully integrated himself into it. After the morning exercise, Jiangye squatted in front of the stairs of the training room and said helplessly, What did I do just now? Nothing. It was just a dance. Moreover, this was just the beginning. In the future, there would be morning exercises every day, which would cultivate one's temperament. Jiangye calmed down and entered the training room again. He directly sculpted for 8 hours, and only slid out like a puddle of mud when dusk came. The next day, his condition was restored, and his body and strength were stronger again. At this time, Jiangye finally understood the value of the molding room. He happily went to the outer courtyard and did morning exercises with the disciples, and then began to sculpt crazily. If not for the fact that he was worried about his missing sister, he would actually be very obsessed with martial arts. 3 days later, Jiangye had already gotten used to Iron Bone's shameful morning exercises, and his body and strength had obviously improved. Boom! His fist landed on the testing machine, and it showed that his strength was 1.96 million gene. He had only been in the forging room for 6 days, and his strength had increased from 1.9 million to this number. That was equivalent to an increase of 10,000 gene a day. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Jiangye was enlightened. No wonder the Iron Bone disciples are so strong. They were molded in the molding room. Swish. As soon as he walked out of the training room, Happy Football galloped over. Pa! Jiangye caught it with one hand and thought, Iron Bone is really not simple. Becoming one of them might not be a bad thing. Even if he was under the control of the summoning power, he was reluctant to leave. Even Yi Xingqian could not resist the temptation, let alone a martial king. Jiangye completely approved of Iron Bone. However, little Long Long, who had beaten him up, was still listless in the past half a month. Little Long Long. Jun Changshao said worriedly, when will you recover? Goo goo. The fire dragon laid in its nest and let out a lazy cry, as if it was telling its master that it was fine and only needed to rest. As expected. A few days later, the little guy recovered and became lively again. Jun Changshao heaved a sigh of relief, but a new problem came, and that was that his contract beast could still eat after recovering. Moreover, his appetite was even bigger. No. Jun Changshao muttered, I have to provide it with enough food. Knowing that little Long Long could trample on the martial king in its battle form, he naturally had to feed it even better. But that guy ate too much. Just selling meat was a huge expense. Little guy. Jun Changshao brought it to the depths of Iron Bone Mountain and said, you have enough strength now. In the future, you can go find food for yourself. Little Long Long nodded and turned into a red light that merged into the depths of the forest. With its arrival, wild beasts and vicious beasts would also bring about a huge disaster. After raising the contract beast, Jun Changshao returned to the sect and began to think about how to make himself and his disciples stronger in the shortest amount of time possible. The Devil Fiend sect was a big threat after all. Although they had the battle exemption card, they could only live peacefully for 3 months, so they had to become stronger in order to contend against them. The system said, "At this time, I recommend the host to buy goods for cultivation from the mid-level shopping mall, such as formations that can increase spirit energy." Is it easy to farm? It depends on the host's luck. If he had an endless supply of contribution points, Jun Changshao would definitely try his luck, but now that he only had 1,200 points, what could he use to try his luck? Right. He said, "How many contribution points do you need to refresh the mid-level shopping mall?" 100 points. The system said. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. If his luck was bad, even if he farmed 5 or 6 times in a row, he wouldn't have enough contribution points to buy it. Therefore, whether or not he and the sect could become stronger, they had to rely on more contribution points. Pa! Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Open the mountain gate and recruit disciples." If he recruited all the disciples, he would be able to obtain nearly 1,000 contribution points. If he triggered the sect mission, he would be able to obtain a lot of contribution points. This was the safest way at the moment. Of course. Whether or not he could obtain more resources, he still had to rely on Elder Wei. Jun Changshao came to the medicine garden to check and found that the spirit energy gathering in the sky was even denser. Not only here. With several harvesting and planting outside. The mountain where the iron bone was located, the concentration of spirit energy was very good, and it could be considered to have begun to take shape. The spirit energy of the sect was strong, and the advantage was that the disciples could absorb the heaven and earth attributes better and faster, and the maturity period of the medicinal herbs would be greatly shortened. Sect Master Elder Wei sat in the small pavilion and smiled. According to the current level of spirit energy, the medicinal herbs can mature in half a month. In the past 2 months, now half a month, the improvement was obvious. Jun Changshao was not satisfied, but asked, "Can the medicinal herbs mature faster?" The faster the medicinal herbs matured, the more pills they could refine. In this way, the disciples would have enough resources and could achieve comprehensive improvement. Elder Wei shook his head. "If you want to mature in 6 or 7 days, I can do it, but the level of spirit energy of the medicinal herbs will be greatly reduced." For the medicinal herbs he mastered, half a month was the best time to mature. If it was faster, he could only use spirit energy to exchange for it. Then forget it. Jun Changshao needed high multiplier qi gathering pills, and only high spirit energy medicinal herbs could refine them. It was definitely not worthwhile to pursue speed and give up quality. Elder Wei. He said, "If the medicinal herbs mature, you and the members of the medicine hall can collect them and put them in the medicine hall. I will take them away and refine them when I have time." "Yes." Elder Wei said. Jun Changshao got up and was about to return to the main hall when he suddenly stopped and pointed into the distance, saying in surprise, "Elder Wei, what is that?" Elder Wei looked in the direction he was pointing. Between the mountains in the distance, colorful clouds rose slowly, gradually forming a circle and spreading outwards. At first glance, it looked like a rainbow after the rain. "This is," Elder Wei was stunned and exclaimed, "the sign of the recovery of spirit energy." Chapter 319. From the position of the herb garden, the overlapping mountains in front of them were quite magnificent. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth attributes were not strong, so in the eyes of martial artists, there was no value in establishing a sect. However, sect leader Wang established the Iron Bone Mountain here, which could be considered as regaining some dignity for the barren mountain that no one cared about. At this moment, between the overlapping mountains, a colorful aura appeared, which added a bit of spiritual energy to the Iron Bone Mountain. "This is," Elder Wei's expression changed greatly, and he said in surprise, "the sign of spiritual energy recovery." As he spoke, his hands trembled slightly, and he looked very excited. "The sign of spiritual energy recovery?" Jun Changshao was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Elder Wei suppressed the waves in his heart and explained, "Sect leader, do you know the past of the falling star continent?" "No," Jun Changshao said. After transmigrating to this world, he knew very little about the falling star continent because the original owner had never left home. Elder Wei said, according to historical records, the falling star continent was a complete world in ancient times. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was so rich that it was easy for martial artists to break through to Martial King and Wu Huang. So powerful. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Now that he had broken through to Wuzong, even with the help of high multiplier energy gathering pills, the speed of his improvement was very slow. In ancient times, it was easy to break through to Martial King and Wu Huang. This was a bit scary. Sigh. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, the emperors fought for hundreds of years and broke the falling star continent into 13 provinces. The heaven and earth attribute balance was destroyed, and the spiritual energy rapidly weakened, and finally it became what it is now. Shatter the entire continent." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. From what he knew now, the falling star continent was much bigger than the earth he used to live on. How terrifying was the power needed to break it? What does this have to do with spiritual energy recovery? It has to do with it. Elder Wei said, although the heaven and earth attribute balance was destroyed, the seed of spiritual energy still exists. It is stored in the earth and will gradually recover over time. Since ancient times, there have been many places where spiritual energy has recovered. How many experts have taken it for themselves and established their own sects? In the end, all of them became the most powerful sects in the continent. Jun Changxiao suddenly understood. Elder Wei means that the reason why the mountains of those large sects are full of spiritual energy is because of the recovery of spiritual energy. That's right, Elder Wei said. He added, for example, after the founder of Taishan Xingzong obtained the Taishan Ice Heart technique, he occupied a place where the spiritual aura had recovered. That's why he became one of the strongest sects in the continent today. Looking at the colorful area, Jun Changxiao said with a burning gaze, could it be that the Iron Bone Mountain also has a seed of spiritual energy and is recovering its spiritual energy? It is recorded in the ancient books that when the five-colored light appears, it is a sign of spirit chi recovery, Elder Wei said. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, let's go take a look. Sect leader. Suddenly, Jiangye hurried over and pointed to the front. There is a five-colored light there. There must be a spirit stone vein. In the past few days, he had found that many inner disciples had run to the back of the mountain, so he followed them out of curiosity. In the end, he did not see the training tower, but he unexpectedly saw the colorful clouds and mist between the mountains in the distance. He was instantly dumbfounded. Yes. Ever since our elder Jiang joined the Iron Bone Mountain, he had spent every day in a daze. It could be said that he was mentally exhausted. However, he had a different understanding from Elder Wei. Wherever the five-colored light appeared in the world, there must be a spirit stone vein. This was an unchanging rule. What? Jun Changxiao was stunned and said, spirit stone vein. That's right. Elder Wei said, where there is a seed of spiritual energy, there will be a spirit stone vein. Holy shit. Jun Changxiao almost jumped up and said, this is a windfall. A few days ago, he and Jiangye had talked about the spirit stone vein. At that time, it was just a story. He did not expect that the Iron Bone Mountain would break through and appear, a spirit stone vein. Go, go. Hurry up and take a look. Jun Changxiao was very excited now. There was suddenly a spirit stone vein on his mountain. Once it was mined, would there be a shortage of resources in the future? Sect leader. Jiangye said solemnly, for my Iron Bone Mountain, this is not a windfall, but a disaster. Jun Changshao immediately calmed down. That was right. Third-rate sects were fighting to the death for the Spirit Stone Vein. If outsiders knew that the Iron Bone Mountain had a Spirit Stone Vein, it would definitely attract countless experts. Then, could they hide the five-colored light? While thinking, Elder Wei interrupted, the five-colored light has just appeared. In time, it will illuminate the entire mountain. Many people will also realize that there is a seed of spiritual energy here. Jun Changshao suddenly felt a little dizzy. Looking at the situation, it was impossible to hide it. If it illuminated the entire mountain, the news would definitely spread throughout the Falling Star continent in a short time. Huh. At this moment, Elder Wei was stunned and said in surprise, the five-colored light is dissipating. Jun Changshao and Jiangye hurriedly looked over. Between the mountains, the colorful aura that was originally spreading was slowly converging and soon disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Jiangye was stunned again. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go and take a look. Iron Bone Mountain only occupied a small part of the Iron Bone Mountain. The rest was the rolling mountain range or the primitive forest that was dark all year round. Jun Changshao usually developed the sect and cultivated, so he rarely came to the wild. At this moment, he, Jiangye, and Elder Wei stood in the area where the five-colored light disappeared. They looked at each other and stared at each other. This was a slightly open grassland. Except for the scattered stones, there was nothing special about it. Jun Changshao said, what's going on? Elder Wei was silent for a moment and said, Sect leader, in my opinion, there should be a seed of spiritual energy here. Just now, it showed signs of being stimulated and awakened. Then why did it disappear? Jun Changshao asked. Elder Wei said, it's very likely that it hasn't reached the conditions for awakening, so it was taken back. Jun Changshao said, what conditions? Elder Wei said, Sect leader ordered me to plant medicinal herbs around the iron bone and gradually gather spiritual energy. Perhaps, this is the condition for awakening the seed of spiritual energy. It's possible. Jiangye agreed. Although there were many conditions for the seed of spiritual energy to awaken, the biggest reason was that there was external spiritual energy diffusing and thus leading it. Jun Changshao said, in other words, as long as we continue to improve the ecological environment of Iron Bone Mountain, the seed of spiritual energy will be completely awakened. It should be. Elder Wei didn't dare to be sure and could only guess. Jun Changshao said, since we can confirm that there is a spirit stone vein below, why wait for it to awaken? Why don't we just dig out the vein before the five-colored light appears? No. Elder Wei said, when the five-colored light fully blooms, it represents the awakening of spiritual energy. The spirit stone vein has also been announced. If we dig it out in advance, it will only destroy the seed of spiritual energy and the vein. At that time, it will be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Jun Changshao was speechless. Jiangye said, Sect leader, since it takes some time for the spirit stone vein to form, we can make preparations in advance to cover up the appearance of the five-colored light. How do we cover it up? Jun Changshao asked. Jiangye said, since sect leader can set up a powerful defensive formation, I'm sure you can also set up an isolation formation, right? The so-called isolation formation was to seal off an area. Nothing could happen inside, and no one outside could see it. Many large sects found a place with spiritual energy awakening, and most of them used this method to shield it. The effect was very good, and it was rarely discovered. Good idea, Elder Wei said. This, Jun Changshao wanted to tell them loudly, I don't understand formations at all. Chapter 320. Elder Wei judged that Iron Bone Mountain had spirit energy seeds and spirit stone veins. If they continued to improve the ecological environment, they could promote the recovery. That was more comfortable. At least for the time being, they didn't have to worry about the recovery of spirit energy causing a phenomenon and being exposed. Jiang Ye's suggestion was to set up an isolation array in this area to isolate the five-colored light produced by the recovery of spirit energy. Although Jun Changshao didn't understand array formations, he had the system. Therefore, he said, "Can an isolation array be refreshed in the shop?" The system said, "As long as the host has enough contribution points, any type of array can be refreshed." "Can it be refreshed in the beginner's shop?" Jun Changshao said. The system said, "It is possible, but the probability is very low. The host is recommended to refresh from the mid-level shop." If Jun Changshao had more than 10,000 contribution points, he definitely wouldn't consider refreshing from the mid-level shop, but now he couldn't afford to play at all. Recruit disciples, recruit disciples. After returning to the sect, he began to plan. In the end, Jun Changshao decided to recruit disciples in the 8 cities of Qinyang County. Moreover, he firmly believed that his sect had defeated the Sacred Spring sect. This time, the recruitment would definitely attract many talented youths. The next day, Jun Changshao prepared to set off for Qinyang City. Sect Master Li Qingyang said, "Song Mountain Sect's Elder Ma has come to visit." "Oh." Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "He should be here for the alliance." After offending the Demon Fiend sect, Song Mountain Sect dared to form an alliance with him. This was an iron relationship, so in order to express his respect, he personally went out to welcome him. It was Ma Yunting's first time at Iron Bone. When he saw the magnificent hall and the disciples with imposing auras, his heart stirred. Sect Master Jun, Elder Ma said, "Your sect has great potential. If it is certified by the certification center, it will definitely reach the first rank." If he knew that the elder of the Southwest Yangzhou Certification Department gave it the 3rd rank, he would realize that he had still underestimated the potential of Iron Bone. Jun Changshao said humbly, "Elder Ma is too kind." Right at this moment, Ma Yinting saw Jiang Ye walking out from the inner courtyard. He felt that the other party's aura was very strong. He asked in surprise, "Sect Master Jun, this is?" "I am Elder Iron Bone," Jun Changshao said. Ma Yunting's gaze was solemn as he said, "This elder's cultivation, could it be, not bad?" Jun Changshao said, "It's the martial king." When Ma Yunting heard this, his heart was in turmoil. He was not looking down on the Iron Bone clan, but it was unimaginable for a 7th-rate sect to have a martial king realm elder. The two of them entered the main hall. Ma Yunting had just sat down when he bluntly said, "Sect Head Jun, I came here on behalf of Blue Mountain Sect to discuss an alliance with your sect." After returning to the sect, he and Wang Donglin hurriedly went to the sect leader and told him everything that had happened in the Sacred Spring sect. They also suggested that they should immediately form an alliance with Iron Bone. The sect leader of Blue Mountain Sect was also shocked that Iron Bone could beat the Sacred Spring sect so badly. After careful consideration, he accepted the 2 elders' suggestion. "Jun is indebted to Blue Mountain Sect for thinking so highly of you," Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said. Iron Bone was still in the initial stage of development. With a 5th-rate sect as an ally, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Ma Yunting waved his hand and took out an alliance agreement from his spatial ring. The alliance language was written on it and the sect leader's seal was stamped on it. "Sect Head Jun," he said, "please stamp it." Jun Changshao took out the sect leader's seal and pressed it on the words of his sect. At this point, Iron Bone and Blue Mountain Sect had become allies. As for how long it would last, it depended on how long the friendly relationship between the 2 sides could last. After finishing his business, Ma Yunting did not stay any longer and returned to the sect. Jun Changshao temporarily dismissed the idea of going to Qinyang City and waited for a better opportunity to come. 3 days later, Blue Mountain Sect announced to the public that they had formed an alliance with Iron Bone. When the news spread throughout Qingyang County, it caused a huge commotion. The Blue Mountain Sect, which had always been aloof, actually formed an alliance with Iron Bone. This was definitely a big event. After the various forces received the news, they realized that if Iron Bone could form an alliance with the Five Streams Blue Mountain Sect, it meant that they were truly powerful. Last year, they were still a mediocre sect. In such a short period of time, they had achieved so much. After Jun Changshao, who was in charge of Iron Bone, received the news, he smiled and said, "The opportunity has come." Then, he left for Qingyang City. The opportunity he was waiting for was Blue Mountain Sect's announcement of their alliance. This way, Iron Bone's reputation would be higher and it would be easier for them to recruit disciples. Jun Changshao first went to find Mayor Xie, then went to Huyang City. Finally, he visited all 6 cities before returning to the sect. What was he going to do? Advertise and promote the recruitment of disciples. Because of his reputation, he only needed to inform the mayor of each city about his intentions. Not only did they enthusiastically agree, they also actively assisted him. 100 Sect Alliance. Sorry, who is that? We don't know them at all. With Iron Bone's current reputation, the mayor of the 8 cities completely ignored Qin Haran and his 100 Sect Alliance. Of course. Alliance leader Qin and the elders of the alliance did not dare to jump in front of Iron Bone. They could only force themselves to become invisible. They could pretend to disappear, but Jun Changshao would never forget about them. After all, when he was weak, they did not treat him lightly. They even challenged the Sacred Spring Sect and laughed at him. Actually, Jun Changshao had already started to take revenge. For example, Iron Bone had secretly instructed Zhao Xingming to receive special treatment from the 100 Sect Alliance. Special treatment meant making things difficult for Zhao Xingming. However, the 100 Sect Alliance had not received the approval yet. Therefore, it was hard for this revenge to be shown. After settling the matter, Jun Changshao continued to cultivate as usual. He also entered the first and second levels of the training pagoda to increase the upper limit of his physical body and movement techniques. The next day, just as he finished washing up, Li Qingyang hurried over and said, "Sect leader, someone is here to sign up." So fast? Jun Changshao said in surprise. Not only was it fast, there were many of them. When he walked out of the sect and opened the red door, he saw thousands of young men and women gathered at the entrance. Their eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. These young men had already planned to sign up. Especially after seeing the recruitment advertisement yesterday, they could not stop themselves. Some even rushed over overnight. If not for Iron Bone defeating the Sacred Spring Sect and forming an alliance with the Tsang Mountain Sect, this recruitment would not have attracted so many people. Qingyang. Jun Changshao said, "Set the table and recruit." Yes. Li Qingyang placed a table and chairs in front of the door. He also placed a thick registration form and the 4 treasures of the study. Seeing this, the young men all gathered around. Because the Demon Fiend sect was fighting with the Supreme Kun sect, they did not have time to deal with Iron Bone. Therefore, sect leader Jun had already closed the sect protection formation. Line up. Li Qingyang ordered, one by one. Name. Wei Zhangqi. Aptitude. Mortal grade spirit root. Jun Changshao was quite satisfied and directly stamped the entry form with his seal. Chapter 321. In the past, because there were few people who signed up, there was no choice in terms of spirit root aptitude. Jun Changshao could only recruit by confirming with his eyes. Now it was different. There were more than 4,000 or 5,000 teenagers who signed up, and they could not all be accepted into the sect, so they had to choose good aptitude to cultivate. The system said, "Didn't you say that it was very satisfying to cultivate low-grade disciples? Why are you being picky now?" Jun Changshao knew that he was deliberately mocking himself, so he said lightly, "I'm happy." The system was silent. Name: Zheng Yan. Aptitude: middle grade spirit root. Jun Changshao did not consider and directly stamped the sect seal. At the same time, the sound of members increasing and contribution points increasing rang in his ears. Of course. There was a type of person who did not consider spirit root aptitude. As long as they signed up, they would definitely be accepted into the sect. That's right. This type of person was women. Iron Bone had always been more men than women. Considering the balance of men and women, as long as a girl came to sign up, he would not hesitate to accept her. 2 hours later. After Jun Changshao asked one by one, he selected 999 from thousands of applicants, including 750 male disciples and 249 female disciples. In terms of aptitude, there were more than 20 mid-grade spirit roots, and the rest were mostly mortal grade and a small number of low-grade spirit roots. There was no need to hold the next 100 sects recruitment. Because sect leader Jun was one step ahead and took in the outstanding young men and women who had just reached adulthood, the sects could only choose generals from the short. After recruiting 999 disciples, the number of sect members reached 2,000, and the contribution points were also 999, with an overflow of 254 points. The most satisfying thing was, after the sect was full, the sect mission was activated again. On the mission list in the mission pavilion, a dense number of missions once again appeared. According to Jun Changshao's estimation, if the disciples completed all the missions, the contribution points and achievement points could each be obtained by 2,000 points. How wonderful! How wonderful! After the recruitment, Li Qingyang distributed school uniforms, sect rules and arranged accommodation for the new disciples. At this time, the role of our internal affairs chief was reflected. Because the number of disciples increased by nearly 1,000, the inner courtyard wing could still easily accept. However, it was also saturated. After Li Qingyang made proper arrangements for the new junior brothers, he proposed to the sect leader to expand the inner courtyard. Jun Changshao gave him 100,000 taels and said, "I'll leave it to you." Yes. Therefore, Li Qingyang once again became a civil engineer and began to draw the draft of the expansion of the wing rooms in the inner courtyard, trying his best to arrange and use them reasonably. After Jun Changshao took a mystical bath with incense, he sat in the study room and opened the shop again. At this time, he only had one thought, and that was to hope that an isolation array would be refreshed from the beginner's shop. The system poured cold water on him, it's very difficult. Jun Changshao ignored it and scanned the store. After confirming that there was nothing good, he scrolled down. Most of the new products were daily necessities. However, there was also a formula called soft silk armor. Based on the description, this item was similar to an iron shield. It was a type of defensive equipment that could be worn on the body. I'll buy it. Ding! The host has spent 100 contribution points and received the soft silk armor formula X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 21402000. The formula appeared in the space ring and was automatically matched to the forging pavilion. After Jun Changshao opened it, he found that the main material of this defensive equipment was spider silk. It just so happened that when he was doing a mission in Death Valley, he got a lot of spider silk and could use it to refine it. The forging pavilion began to operate. Taking advantage of this time, Jun Changshao continued to look at the shop. After scrolling to the end, there was nothing good, so he continued to refresh. In the end, he refreshed 5 times and spent 100 contribution points, but nothing good came out. Just as sect leader Jun was about to give up, a formation aptitude liquid appeared on the 6th refresh. The system said, "This is good stuff." Jun Changshao opened the introduction. Item, formation aptitude liquid. Effect, after consumption, the user will instantly gain the aptitude for formations and become a beginner formation master. Price, 200 contribution points. Jun Changxiao said, I can become a formation master. It seems not bad. It's not just not bad. The system said seriously, in the Falling Star continent, formation masters have a high status. I recommend the host to buy 10 stars. In the past, it was 5 stars, but now it was 10 stars. It could be seen that the formation aptitude modification liquid was really not bad. Even if I can't get an isolation formation, I can try to set it up myself. Jun Changxiao muttered and had already clicked on the purchase. Ding! Host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained formation aptitude liquid X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 18302000. After buying it, Jun Changxiao took out a small bottle similar to the aptitude modification liquid from the space ring and drank it without hesitation. The taste was sweet and refreshing, leaving a rich aftertaste. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a special message filled Jun Changxiao's sea of consciousness, causing him to have a splitting headache. The pain was fleeting. Everything returned to normal. Jun Changxiao felt that he had grasped the knowledge of formations. This kind of knowledge required time to slowly accumulate. Relying on the formation aptitude liquid to instantly obtain it, the system's products were truly heaven-defying. The current sect leader Jun was not only a martial cultivator, but also a beginner array master. However, with the knowledge of formations, without the formation patterns, it was impossible to cook without rice. The system said, if the host can refresh the array blueprints in the shop, that would be even more perfect. Is it easy to refresh? Jun Changxiao said. The system said, it's easy to refresh, but the premise is that it's in the middle-level store. Jun Changxiao was speechless. There was still a mid-grade cold light swords weapon formula in the middle-level store, but he couldn't bear to buy it. If it was refreshed, it would definitely be refreshed. The initial grade cold light sword was already very valiant, the middle grade cold light sword would definitely be even more powerful. The system said, host can buy it first and then refresh the shop. If you're lucky, you can get an isolation formation or an array blueprint. You can wait until you have enough contribution points to buy it. Jun Changxiao was silent for a moment, then said, that makes sense. Thus, he spent 1,000 contribution points to buy the formula, and it was automatically matched to the smithing pavilion. The main material used for the middle-grade cold light sword was also cold iron, but it weighed 100 kilograms. The materials are a bit hard to find. Jun Changxiao kept the panel and continued to browse through the middle-level store. After confirming that there was nothing good, he clenched his teeth and refreshed. After spending 100 contribution points, the old goods were replaced by new goods. As expected. There were many good things in the middle-level store. Even if some of them could be classified as daily necessities, they were still more useful than the beginner-level store. After browsing through them one by one, Jun Changxiao's gaze locked onto the second item in the second row. It was a thick book with a picture of a book, called Strange Gate 32 Formations, Improved Version. Improved Version. He curiously clicked on the details. Item, Strange Gate 32 Formations, Improved Version. Description, this item was created by a formation grandmaster of the Myriad Ages continent. He spent his entire life creating 32 types of high-grade formation arrays. After being modified by a mighty figure, it was divided into elementary, intermediate, high, extreme, and superior formations. Advantage, after the improvement, the Strange Gate 32 formations is easier to arrange and suitable for beginners. Price, 1,000 contribution points. Seeing the word suitable for beginners, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although he relied on the formation aptitude liquid to become a beginner array master, he didn't have any experience in setting up arrays, so he was equivalent to a beginner. The system sighed, I came here to refresh the array blueprint, but I didn't expect the host to directly refresh an array blueprint. This luck is really good. Chapter 322. Jun Changshao, who had just become an array master, found an array atlas in the mid-level store. His luck could be said to be extremely good. However, after buying the mid-level cold ray sword formula, he only had 830 contribution points left, so he could only look at it and not buy it. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Jun Changshao comforted himself, the disciples have already accepted the Sect's missions, it should only take a few days to gather 1,000 points. Keeping the store panel, he swallowed a 15x chi gathering pill, activated Yi Jin Jing, and continued to cultivate. It was a pity that Jiang Ye couldn't cultivate this kind of inner force mental cultivation method because he was a martial king. Otherwise, the strength of his body would have increased by a lot. In fact, with the molding room, his strength steadily increased every day, advancing towards the extreme level, which already made him very satisfied. This was just the beginning. When Jiang Ye began to come into contact with Iron Bone's cultivation method, he was immediately deeply shocked, and secretly said, "This rupturing fist and mountain-splitting palm, although their levels are not high, they are comparable to high-grade martial arts." Especially after cultivating self-slash, that kind of shock was even stronger. He had never heard of this kind of spiritual force-type martial arts that increased in power with the increase in level and didn't consume too much psionic energy. Of course. There was also seal cover, cloud steps, and sound transmission technique. As Jiang Ye cultivated one by one, he couldn't help but secretly think, where did the sect leader find so many profound martial arts? And this was only the martial arts part. When he entered the elixir pavilion and received the elder's monthly fixed elixir, he felt the high multiplier chi gathering pill and said sincerely, "It's normal that the Holy Springs sect didn't win a single match. Don't worry." Elder Zhang's shock was still to come. Because there was still the even more awesome experience tower that he had not experienced. Next. Iron Bone had a rare calm. The new disciples also began their painful but happy life in the sect. When they cultivated the cultivation method, obtained the elixir, and experienced the molding room, they were immediately filled with hope for the future. Other sects had to rely on themselves to fight for everything. In Iron Bone, there was not much to worry about. There was only one main mission, and that was to become stronger. Open your hands for clothes and open your mouth for food. Wouldn't that make your disciple feel negligent? No. Because of the monthly strength test, disciples who did not meet the requirements would be punished. In the second test, if his strength did not increase much, he would be expelled from the sect. Remember all of this. In front of the main hall, Jun Changshao said, "Joining Iron Bone is not for you to be arrogant. If you can't repay us with your strength, you'll definitely be kicked out." Yes. The 1,000 new disciples shouted in unison. The sect provided him with resources for free. If he didn't make himself stronger and slacked off instead, he must be sick in the head. After everything was arranged, Jun Changshao focused his mind on cultivation. However, even with the supply of high multiplier chi gathering pills, it would still take a lot of time to break through to level 3 Wuzong. The mission pavilion issued missions, and disciples went in and out every day to receive missions suitable for themselves. Every day, Jun Changshao would receive notifications of the completion of his missions. Of course. As the level of the sect's construction increased, many high-star missions appeared one after another. Most of these missions were done by the inner sect disciples, and normal missions were given to the outer sect and new disciples. After completing the missions, the disciples would also buy chi-gathering elixirs on their own to improve faster. All in all. With the sect's mission board and vending machine, Jun Changshao did not have to ask, and the disciples would not randomly accept missions or exchange for things. Unfortunately, the sect missions would only appear after the recruitment was full, and there could not be missions issued every day, so they were often interrupted. If the mission board had missions issued every day, even if there were no rewards for myself, it would be better to let them do it instead of just cultivating, Jun Changshao murmured. The system said, that's why the host lacks a sect mission issuer. Missions will be issued every day, and after completion, the disciples will also receive the corresponding contribution points. It sounds very advanced, should I buy it in the mid-level store? Jun Changshao said. The system said, yes. Jun Changshao was speechless. With his current contribution points, it was easy to refresh the beginner's store and buy the things inside, but after opening the mid-level store, he obviously felt that his contribution points were not enough. A few days later, the disciples had completed many missions, and their contribution points had increased from 830 to 1200, and their achievement points had increased to 870. Jun Changshao bought the Mystic 32 formations without hesitation. It was a thick ancient book with a yellowed cover, and when he took it out from the space ring, it immediately gave off a desolate aura. This formation atlas is a little old. Jun Changshao sat in the study and flipped to the first page, which recorded that the creator of the formation was Emperor Xiaoyao, and the modifier was Holy Emperor Fei Yang. Holy Emperor? Jun Changshao murmured, is it a martial emperor? The system said, there are many planes of martial arts in the vast universe, and each plane has its own independent system of martial arts. This Holy Emperor may be a realm, or it may be a title. Oh. Jun Changshao replied, flipping to the second page, and wrote Beginners section, a total of 10 types of beginners formation. He continued to flip to the next page, and a formation blueprint appeared. Various red hearts that represented the formation were scattered all over, and it looked very complicated. If it was in the past, Jun Changshao would definitely not be able to understand it, but after becoming a beginner's formation master, he could see it clearly. The first formation was called Beginner's Spirit Gathering Formation. The introduction said that no matter what plane it was, as long as there was heaven and earth spirit energy, it could be quickly gathered, and the intensity was 10 times that of the outside world. 10 times? Jun Changshao was shocked, so awesome. The spirit gathering formation that he bought in the store was only twice that of the outside world. Learn. He had to learn. Jun Changshao hurriedly started to study it. The formation looked complicated, but in reality, it was only made up of 2 parts, the formation array and the formation array. First, the formation array, then the formation array, and then the formation array would be formed. Of course, there were strict requirements when setting up the formation array. The positioning of the formation array and the outline of the formation array were extremely testing for the formation master, and the slightest deviation would result in failure, and in serious cases, an explosion. Many half-baked formation masters were careless when setting up the formation array, and forcibly set up a non-dangerous formation array into an explosion array, and then gloriously reported to King Yama's palace. Therefore, to become a qualified formation master, not only did one have to have a strong memory and brain capacity, but one also had to be careful, and ordinary people could not play with it at all. An hour later, Jun Changshao memorized all the formation arrays and formation arrays of the beginner's spirit gathering formation. Was it because he became a formation master? No. It was because after the improvement of the Mystic 32 formations, there were not many formations and formation arrays, and it was too easy to memorize. Let's give it a try. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and then walked out of the courtyard. He came to an open area at the back of the mountain, found a pile of small stones, and began to place them in an orderly manner. Soon, the stones that represented the formation array were in place. Jun Changshao took a small branch and began to outline the formation array from each formation array position. His drawing technique was very stable, and one could tell at a glance that he was a professional formation master. After connecting the final formation array with the formation array, the beginner's spirit gathering formation was formed. The formation array shone, and the intricate formation array shone with flowing light. Whoosh! Suddenly, the formation array shot up into the sky. It's done. Jun Changshao smiled brightly. He had set up the Disciples' Spirit Formation and the Sect Protection Formation before, but they were all foolishly operated. This time, the formation array was formed by himself stroke by stroke, so after it was formed, he was immediately filled with a sense of accomplishment. See. This is the first formation array that I have created in the other world. Whoosh whoosh. Just at this moment, the formation array began to distort, and it shone with a dazzling light, as if it was going to, not good. Jun Changxiao's smile froze, and he hurriedly turned and fled. Boom! A loud sound came from the back of the mountain. Not good. The sect master has fainted from the explosion. Quick! Quickly bring him to the medicine hall for treatment. Chapter 323. Sect leader Jun smoothly set up the elementary spirit gathering array. However, there was a slight deviation in the outline, and the array exploded the moment it was activated. The explosion was very powerful. It created a crater that was dozens of meters wide. Even though Jun Changxiao realized it, he didn't have time to escape. In the end, his entire body was charred black and he had to be carried by a disciple to the medicine hall for emergency treatment. As a beginner, it was normal for the array to explode because of a mistake. Therefore, to survive and become a qualified array master was undoubtedly equivalent to breaking through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. The next day, sect leader Jun's entire body was wrapped in bandages. He sat in a small pavilion in the courtyard with a walking stick beside him. He had a look of hopelessness as he thought, where did I go wrong? The system said, host should study the array more. Once you're completely familiar with it, you can try to set it up again. Alright. Jun Changxiao took out the Mystic 32 arrays with difficulty and carefully looked at the Spirit Gathering array. After looking at it for half a day, he finally realized that he had set it up too hastily. There were many small mistakes. Although they weren't obvious, they were fatal. After this failure, Jun Changxiao became extremely cautious when setting up the array next time. Buzz. 3 days later, the area behind the mountain that had been bombed appeared again. A spirit gathering array about 100 square meters in size was activated. Jun Changxiao hid in the distance and waited for a while. After confirming that it wouldn't explode, he smiled and said, "It's done." It was really done this time. When he carefully entered the array and felt the spiritual energy 10 times stronger than outside, the smile on his face became even wider. With the spirit gathering array, it was equivalent to having 10 times the spiritual energy supply. If he took a high multiplier spirit gathering pill, the speed would only be faster. The disadvantage was that it was too small and couldn't hold too many people. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "I can set up a few more." He did as he thought. After 2 days of hard work, another 4 spirit gathering arrays were set up. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others entered. When they felt the spiritual energy that was far stronger than the array, their faces were filled with excitement. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, only the array faction can set up this kind of array. Sect leader is indeed not simple. Formation masters on the Starfall continent were also divided into different levels. Similar to martial arts, they were divided into array apprentice, array master, array king, array emperor, array saint, and even array emperor. According to Yi Xingchen's understanding, only an array grandmaster would be able to set up an array formation that could increase one's spiritual energy by 10 times. Of course, the formation school was already very powerful on the Starfall continent. Because array masters were extremely rare and cultivation was extremely difficult, from ancient times until now, there were very few who had reached the level of array emperor or array saint. As for array emperors, they only existed in ancient times. In the present world, no one had reached the level of array Dao. Formations were also divided into different levels. It was still disciple, master, king, emperor, saint, and emperor. Array disciples set up apprentice arrays, array masters set up sect arrays, and array thearchs set up emperor arrays. The Tao of formations was indispensable in the falling star continent because it played a vital role in many places and many things. Therefore, array masters, alchemists, and spirit masters all enjoyed extremely high statuses. Moreover, in terms of battle prowess, if the array faction could set up a killing array, they might not necessarily be afraid of martial kings. It was better to provoke a martial cultivator than a formation cultivator. This was a very popular saying on the Starfall continent. Why? Because no one knew if you would set up a killing array in front of your door. Martial kings had spiritual senses and couldn't pry into formations. Concealment formation plus isolation formation plus various killing arrays. After combining them, one would understand. Of course. A formation master with battle prowess depended on whether he could set up the array in time. If he couldn't, he could only be tortured by martial cultivators until he couldn't take care of himself. From today onwards. Jun Changshao announced in front of the main hall, the Spirit Gathering Array is open 24/7. You can enter anytime and anywhere. When the thousands of disciples heard this, their eyes suddenly burned with passion. With such a powerful spiritual power, if they went in to cultivate, their martial arts would definitely improve very quickly. Therefore, the Iron Bone disciples ignored the Spirit Gathering Array. As long as they absorbed spiritual power for cultivation, they would go to the Spirit Gathering Array at the back of the mountain. Jun Changshao, on the other hand, removed the Spiritual Energy Array. This array that cost 1 contribution point per day could be gloriously retired. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others felt that their bodies had been tempered to the extreme and began to focus on cultivation. Therefore, they spent more time in the Spirit Gathering Array. Sect Master Jiang Ye was in the array and said, "You can set up such a powerful Spirit Gathering Array, it shouldn't be a problem for you to set up an isolation formation. Please quickly seal off that area to prevent the 5-colored light from appearing again." Don't worry. Jun Changshao said calmly. He was actually very anxious. After returning to the study, he began to flip through the Chiman 32 formations. Sure enough, he found an isolation formation in the beginner section of formations. The introduction said that this isolation formation was also integrated with a concealment formation. Not only could it isolate everything, but it would also change according to the environment. Unless one touched it personally, it would be very difficult to detect. Not bad. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and began to comprehend. A few days later, he memorized the formation and lines in his heart. Jun Changshao didn't set it up immediately. Instead, he carefully studied the points of the formation and the outline of the lines until he reached the limit. Only then did he come to the open area where the 5-colored light rose. After finding a lot of small stones, he let out a long sigh of relief and began to set it up seriously. Every point of the formation was done perfectly. This was a delicate job and couldn't be rushed. It wasn't until half a day later that Jun Changshao scattered the small stones around the open grassland. After the formation was done, he began to outline the lines. When dusk came, Jun Changshao connected the last line to the beginning and end of the formation. Buzz! In an instant, a stream of light rose into the sky. Sect Master Jun had long left with the cloud-treading steps. This was a psychological shadow from the explosion. Even though he knew that the formation was impeccable, he was still worried that an accident would happen. After the isolation formation was formed, it was blurry at first, then gradually solidified. In the end, it looked like a smooth mirror. A moment later, the concealment effect was triggered. The scene that the barrier evolved was perfectly compatible with the surrounding environment. It felt like wearing a large ghillie suit. Jun Changshao walked over carefully and stopped at the edge of the formation. He gently raised his hand, and ripples appeared in midair. Then, his body merged into it. Sect Master Jun entered the formation, but from the outside, it was still an open grassland. There was no change at all. This was the isolation formation of the 32 formations of wonders. Because of the shielding formation, it could merge with the environment very well. How is it? Jun Changshao said, can you see anything? Jiangye, who was called over, stood in front of the formation. He released his spiritual senses, but it was difficult for him to capture the aura of the formation. Hence, he asked in confusion, there's a formation here. Try taking 2 steps, Jun Changshao said. Jiangye did as he was told. However, as soon as he took the second step, his head bumped into the formation. He covered his head and exclaimed, there's really a formation. Jun Changshao said, with this formation, you don't have to worry about being exposed after your spiritual power recovers. Jiangye raised his hand and touched the formation barrier that had merged with the environment. He was secretly shocked. To be able to set up a hidden formation that is difficult to spy on, Sect Master must be a formation master. Chapter 324. The isolation array was set up in an open area, which solved the risk of being exposed. At this time, Jun Changshao was waiting for the Iron Bone Mountains environment to improve and draw out the spirit power seed hidden underground to achieve spirit power recovery. How long would it take? There was no time. Therefore, after he was done with his work, he began to focus on his cultivation. After taking a 15-fold Qi gathering pill, being in a 10-fold spirit gathering array, and occasionally taking a few spirit stones, his cultivation speed was very fast. Even so, Jun Changshao estimated that he would need at least 2 to 3 months to enter the 3rd stage from the 2nd stage. Sigh. He said helplessly, the higher the stage, the harder it is to cultivate. Jun Changshao improved slowly, but the disciples improved quickly. Especially the new disciples, with the support of the mental cultivation method, array, and pills, they could open a meridian every few days. For example, Zheng Yan, who had a mid-grade spirit root. Before entering the sect, he was at the 6th stage of meridian opening. After cultivating in the sect for half a month, he had reached the 12th stage. Even Li Qingyang with a high-grade spirit root couldn't compare to this speed. This meant that as the Iron Bone sect had more martial resources, the disciples' cultivation speed was no longer comparable to before. As long as there are 500 more 12th stage meridian opening disciples, we will have the qualifications to be certified as a 6th-rate sect. Jun Changshao murmured. It hadn't been half a year since they reached the 7th rate, and now they were about to advance again. The speed was very fast. If this spread out, it would cause a huge uproar. Of course. Sect Master Jun wouldn't let down his guard. He had ordered Li Luoqiu to spread out his spies and protect the sect in all directions. If there was any movement, he would immediately activate the sect protection array. When the matter of the Green Dragon Crescent blade spread in the Jianghu, it attracted the attention of many experts. Then, when they learned that the Iron Bone sect and the Tsang Mountain sect had formed an alliance, they dispelled that bad idea. At present, the Demon Fiend sect was the only enemy on the surface. After cultivating in the spirit gathering array for 4 hours, Jun Changshao returned to the study and took out the soft silk armor that he had refined earlier. It was made of spider silk, soft and light, and could be worn as underwear. Jun Changshao asked, "How's the defense?" He placed the soft silk armor on the table, took out the Desert Eagle, and fired a shot. In the end, not a single trace was left behind. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao put on the soft silk armor and pressed the muzzle against his chest. Boom! He decisively fired another shot. Still, there was not a single mark. His body did not even feel the slightest bit of pain or impact. So strong. Jun Changshao was stunned. In order to better test the defensive strength of the soft silk armor, he called Su Xiaomua over and said, "Put it on." Sect leader. After putting on the soft silk armor, Su Xiaomao smiled and said, "It's quite comfortable." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a fist carrying 50,000 kilograms of force smashed into his abdomen, startling him. "How is it?" Jun Changshao withdrew his fist. Su Xiaomao finally realized that the reason the sect leader wanted him to wear the soft armor was to test his defense. Although he was on the verge of breaking down, he still said, "I don't feel anything at all." Boom! Jun Changshao punched again, raising his strength to 60,000 kilograms, and said, "How about now?" Still nothing. Boom! It hurts a little. Boom! It hurts a lot. Boom! Jun Changshao continued to increase his strength until it reached 100,000 kilograms. Su Xiaomao was finally sent flying. He held his abdomen and said in pain, "Sect leader, it hurts so much." He was injured. After a series of tests, Jun Changshao came to a conclusion. The soft silk armor could withstand up to 100,000 kilograms of force. If it was any higher, he would be injured. "Not bad," Jun Changshao said. This kind of armor could completely withstand most of the damage from the first-grade Wuzong. If a low-level disciple wore it, they would be absolutely safe. "Host, you think too much." The system said, Su Xiaomao could withstand so much force because of his high cultivation. If it were a normal martial disciple or martial master, they might not be able to activate such a strong defense. "So it's like that," Jun Changshao said. Even so, he was very satisfied. In any case, wearing it as underwear wouldn't affect him at all. It was equivalent to wearing a third-grade armor. "I still have a lot of spider silk. Let's forge a few dozen first." Jun Changshao opened the forging pavilion and began to forge. The next day, after summoning the inner disciples, each of them was given a soft silk armor to protect themselves. "I need to refine the middle-grade healing pill, the talisman, and the middle-grade cold ray sword." Jun Changshao muttered, "I have to get the materials." Because of the hidden danger of the demon fiend sect, he couldn't wholeheartedly cultivate. He had to prepare for a rainy day. Especially the rune talisman of the talisman pavilion. It had to be refined so that it could be used to escape in times of danger. It's very difficult to buy a wind element crystal core. Jun Changshao held his chin, and after thinking for a while, he said, "I can only go to the forest where the vicious beasts are everywhere to hunt." The powerful vicious beasts in the Death Valley were almost all killed, so he could only find another way. "Qingyang," Jun Changshao said, "are there any other forbidden areas in Qingyang County that are filled with vicious beasts?" Li Qingyang thought for a while, and said, "There's only one forbidden area, Death Valley, and nothing else." "Are there any in the other counties?" Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang said, "Huayang County has a 10,000 beast mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles. It is considered a forbidden area by martial artists. It is said that there are spirit beasts comparable to martial kings there." "Is that so?" Talismans required crystal cores, weapons required ores, and most of these things could only be found in dangerous mountains and forests, so Jun Changshao was moved. "It's boring to cultivate in the sect all day. Why don't I go to the 10,000 beast mountain range and take it as an experience?" he muttered. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. "Sect leader, 10,000 beast mountain range is much more dangerous than Death Valley. The more dangerous it is, the more challenging it is." Jun Changshao made up his mind. He arranged the sect's affairs to Li Qingyang and Li Luoqiu, and then decided to go to Huayang County to train. Before that, he went to the mountain range behind the sect and summoned the little dragon. There was another mission in the 10,000 beast mountain range, and that was to get more food for the little guy. Swoosh! The fire dragon came out of the dark with a wild rabbit in its mouth. The little guy's physique did not change, but its body was full of wildness, and the coldness in its eyes was much stronger than before. Vicious beasts could only be called vicious beasts after experiencing life and death in the mountains and forests. If they were kept at home, they could only be considered pets or livestock. "Let's go," Jun Changshao said. "Let's go to the wilderness to train." The little dragon's eyes lit up, and then it jumped onto its master's shoulder and coiled up, letting out a dragon-like roar. Swoosh! Jun Changshao threw out the gate palm ball and summoned the juvenile purple lightning. He then rode on it and sped toward Huayang County. Soon, the Miaohua Palace would come to visit. Therefore, the training time was set to be 1 month. On the way to Huayang County, Jun Changshao activated the Sect protection array again, and reminded the disciples to cultivate in the Sect as much as possible except for missions, and not to go out easily. Swoosh! The juvenile purple lightning tiger sped up and turned into a purple light, traveling in the wilderness. In just 1 day, they entered Huayang County. Chapter 325. Huayang County had 1,000-beast mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. It was known as the Heaven of Beasts and the Grave of Humans. From the name alone, one could tell that there were many beasts here. Because there were many beasts, humans did not dare to set foot here. Therefore, there were rich ores and medicinal herbs. It was a treasure land to make a fortune. 1,000 years ago, a young man accidentally entered the 1,000-beast mountain range. Not only did he not die in the mouth of the beasts, but he also obtained a rare 10,000-year-old Lingji. Although the final result was that he consumed a great tonic rashly and ended up exploding, it also told the world that there were many treasures hidden in this dangerous place. Therefore, Huayang County became a hot place to explore. Many forces and rogue cultivators would explore the 1,000-beast mountain range every day. There was only one entrance to the mountain range. Over time, many martial artists gathered and formed a stronghold. Later, it slowly developed into a town and was named Fugue Town. Why was it called Fugue Town? Because it meant that martial artists who entered the mountain range could return with wealth. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Every year, tens of thousands of martial artists entered the 1,000-beast mountain range. Let alone returning with wealth, only 20 to 30% of them returned with nothing. Wealth came from danger. Many people did not seek wealth but instead became food in the mouth of the beasts. Even so, it did not stop martial artists from exploring. This was because every once in a while, there would be someone who managed to survive a calamity and obtain a heavenly treasure. This was just like the dungeons in games. Although it was easy to die, there were still many players who would fight tirelessly for the sake of equipment. However, in the game, you could restart if you died. In this cruel world, you would have nothing if you died. At the entrance of Fugue Town, Jun Changshao, who was dressed in white, walked in. Seeing many martial artists equipped with weapons on the main street, he murmured, "It's quite lively." He first found an inn to stay and then went out to walk around the streets. He learned about the 1,000-beast mountain range from passers-by. Jun Changshao was now in Wuzong. He was already one of the strongest in the low-level county. However, being able to understand more about the danger zones would only bring benefits and no harm. After asking around, Jun Changshao knew that he needed a map to enter the 1,000-beast mountain range, so he bought one from the grocery store. The map was not big, but it was drawn very carefully. The mountain range was divided into several different colored areas. The darker the color, the more dangerous it was. Of course, there were still many unknown areas. The owner of the grocery store saw that he was a little unfamiliar and kindly reminded him, "Young man, if you don't have a strong team, you must not enter an unknown area alone. Otherwise, you will easily die." The next morning, Jun Changshao left the room and walked along the main street toward the entrance to the 10,000-beast mountain range. Not only did he prepare a map, but he also prepared a lot of dry rations and dozens of spatial rings to store food for the little dragon. Hee hee. Is that a lizard wrapped around this kid's shoulder? In my opinion, it looks more like a snake. Seeing the little dragon lying on Jun Changxiao's shoulder, the cultivators on the road began whispering amongst themselves, some of them even mocking him. On the falling star continent, only ferocious beasts were worthy of respect. Animals that posed no threat would only become laughingstocks. Hiss. Hearing everyone's mocking, little Longlong's eyes flashed with anger. Jun Changxiao stroked its little head and comforted it, "Don't lower yourself to the level of an ordinary person." They had come to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range in search of various resources. Otherwise, he would definitely let little Longlong release a scorching flame to slap their faces. Very soon, Jun Changxiao arrived at the entrance of the mountain range. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators had already gathered. Many of them were holding signs with all kinds of recruitment words written on them. Form a team and head to the third area. 4 and 1, come with a strong output. Form a team and head to the sixth area. 8 and 2, come with someone who can resist and someone who knows healing mental cultivation method. Newcomers, please bring experienced people and not go to the dangerous area. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, "No matter how I look at it, why do they look like players in online games?" If it wasn't for the fact that he had something important to do, he might have set up a sign and written on it "Experienced driver bringing people into the 10,000 Beast Mountain range for sightseeing, 100,000 taels per seat, full stop. Hey! At this moment, a short teenager walked over and grinned, "Friend, do you have a team? Do you want to go to the fourth area with me?" Not interested. Jun Changxiao declined with a smile. The young man did not give up and said in a low voice, "Friend, I won't hide it from you. I found a good place in the fourth area. If you are interested, you can go and take a gamble." Jun Changxiao did not reply, nor did he pay attention to him. The young man curled his lips and said, "You're not even tempted by this. You must be a newbie and don't have the guts." Jun Changxiao continued to walk towards the entrance. During this period, there were many cultivators who recruited him, including very beautiful girls, but he rejected them all. It was safer to form a group. But in sect leader Jun's eyes, going in with these people was equivalent to bringing a group of burdens. Everyone. A man in tight clothes standing in front of the entrance said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he walked in. The 8 or 9 recruited teammates followed closely behind. They knew that this trip was very dangerous, but for the sake of martial arts resources, they had long been mentally prepared. Jun Changxiao did not hesitate and strode in. Damn! That guy seems to be alone, right? How brave must he be to dare enter the 10,000 Beast Mountain range alone? Could he be an expert? Judging from his aura, he doesn't seem to be very strong. Needless to say, he must be an arrogant junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wants to go in to seek excitement. The ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range love to attack lone cultivators. If this guy goes in alone, he will definitely die if he goes in even a little deeper. Jun Changxiao disappeared from sight, and all the cultivators immediately began to discuss. Those who recruited him along the way finally understood why he rejected them. It turned out that he was an idiot who wanted to enter the 10,000 Beast Mountain range alone. The 10,000 Beast Mountain range was different from Death Valley. There were no valleys or mountain walls. Instead, there were towering trees with branches and leaves that covered the sun, making the interior dark and damp. As soon as Jun Changxiao walked in, he saw the team that had entered first. They were already on guard, ready for any sudden changes. Their strength was not too high, so it was not wrong to be cautious. A supreme Wuzong like our sect leader Jun followed the map's instructions without any scruples and directly headed towards the dangerous area. "Little brother." The leader of the team shouted, "You came in alone?" "That's right," Jun Changxiao said. Several cultivators were stunned and immediately muttered, "This guy came in alone. Is he not here to die?" The leader kindly reminded, "Little brother, the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range love to sneak up on lone cultivators. It might be dangerous for you to come in alone. Why don't you come with us, Brother Qin?" The man next to him glanced at Jun Changshao and said with dissatisfaction, "We are going to the 6th area. It's not good to bring a burden." "Yes." The fatty behind frowned and said, "Boss, our trip is very dangerous. We can't casually bring someone in." "A burden? Casually bring someone in?" They were being underestimated. Jun Changshao did not care and said, "I like to go alone. I'm not interested in joining a team." After saying that, he continued to move forward. "Tsk," the man disdainfully said, "what an arrogant guy." The leader shook his head and said, "Let's go." Swish. At this moment, a ferocious beast that looked like a leopard jumped out from a tree and viciously pounced on Jun Changshao. "Be careful!" the leader exclaimed. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, there was an explosion. The leopard beast was punched in the head by Jun Changshao, and its brain flew everywhere. Then, it directly collapsed on the ground. This, the leader and several members all widened their eyes. Chapter 326. After killing the leopard with one punch, Jun Changshao cut his chest with the cold-edged sword. There was no crystal core, so he headed toward the danger zone. Encountering a beast attack as soon as he entered meant that there were many in the mountain range. He wasn't in a hurry to store food for the little dragon. Sect leader Jun left. The team behind him was dumbfounded. After a long while, the fatty's mouth twitched. "Boss, that was a middle 4th grade golden patterned leopard, right?" "That's right." The leader said seriously, "It was a golden patterned leopard." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A beast comparable to a 4th grade martial master was killed by that guy with one punch. That was too terrifying. The strongest person in the team was only a 1st grade martial master. Jun Changshao killed a middle 4th grade golden patterned leopard with one punch. He shocked them greatly. The leader guessed, to be able to kill a golden patterned leopard, this little brother's cultivation must be at least a 6th or 7th grade martial master. The man who mocked Jun Changshao earlier blushed. After all, he was only a peak martial disciple. How could he say that an expert who could kill a golden patterned leopard was a burden? The other members were also slapped in the face. Brother Qin said that Jun Changshao should join them. Although no one said it out loud, they all looked at him with contempt. In the end, he was an expert. Brother Qin said, "If he joins our team and enters the 6th area, we will definitely return with a full load." Sigh. He sighed and said, "Let's go. I will skin the golden patterned leopard." One of the members ran over and peeled off the fur and bones. Jun Changshao also wanted to take the beast. However, he still needed to store a large amount of food for the little dragon in his interspatial ring. He didn't take the beast's skin and bones. The middle 4th grade was low. Sect leader Jun was a bit arrogant. There were many areas in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. The first few areas were relatively safe. They were often explored by humans and didn't have anything valuable. Jun Changshao directly locked onto the deeper areas. There were few people there. Not only were there abundant resources, but there were also many high-level beasts. Roar! On the way, a beast pounced over. Puchi Jun Changshao brandished his sword and directly cut off the head. He then slashed open the chest and obtained a crystal core. The most valuable part of a beast was this thing. Even if the level of the monster he killed was not high, he would not leave it for others to pick up. 10 minutes later. Jun Changshao quickly entered the 3rd region. If an adventuring martial artist were to see this, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration. Walking so quickly in the 10,000 beast mountain range, was he not afraid of attracting the attention of even more ferocious beasts? To be honest. Along the way, they had indeed alarmed quite a few ferocious beasts. In the end, every single one of them that came died. They were simply delivering their heads and crystal cores. There was no other way. Only after they died did they realize that this lone human had such terrifying strength. Jun Changshao kept the ones with good quality meat in his spatial ring for the little long long. As for the ones with poor quality meat, he didn't bother with them. The small team behind him was going to the 6th area, which happened to be on the same path as him. Every once in a while, they would see a fresh corpse of a ferocious beast, and the corners of their mouths would twitch. "Boss," Fatty said, "could it be that young man in white who killed it?" The leader touched the corpse of the ferocious beast and felt that it was still warm. He said, "It died not long ago. He must have killed it." Fatty's mouth twitched. "There are no traces of fighting at all. It must be an instant kill again. Expert, definitely an expert. No wonder he dared to enter the 10,000 beast mountain range alone. It's such a pity that such a strong expert couldn't join our team." In every region of the 10,000 beast mountain range, there were small teams that had entered in advance. They were either vigilant or fighting with the ferocious beasts. Jun Changshao would occasionally encounter them. However, what really broadened his horizons was, in a remote mountain forest, a few martial artists with decent cultivation blocked another team and forced them to hand over their spatial rings. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "In the mountain forest, not only do we have to be wary of the ferocious beasts, but we also have to be wary of our own kind." He didn't meddle in other people's business and continued to move forward. Since they had chosen to enter the 10,000 beast mountain range, everyone should be prepared to die, even if they were killed by the ferocious beasts or their own kind. Jun Changshao's current state of mind was, he was not a chivalrous person. If others were in danger, it had nothing to do with him. Of course. If it were his own disciples who dared to rob him, he would kill them directly. It was not uncommon for martial cultivators with bad intentions to rob other teams. This was not normal. When Jun Changshao arrived at the 4th region, he saw a few corpses lying in the distance. 3 martial artists with martial master cultivation were searching for their spatial rings. There was no need to think. They must have failed to get the spatial rings and killed the other team. A middle-aged man with a ferocious look suddenly turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Who is sneaking around in the dark?" Jun Changshao walked out and said, "If I say that I am just passing by, would you believe me?" Passing by? The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly and said, "In my opinion, you should be an accomplice of this team." Shush! Shush! The other 2 martial artists immediately surrounded him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. This was a big misunderstanding. Jun Changshao said, "So, you want to kill for money?" "Kill for money?" One of the martial artists walked over and slashed with his sword. He sneered and said, "You are wrong. This is the law of the jungle." Swoosh! The sword light flashed. Jun Changshao had unknowingly circled behind him. The cold-edged sword in his hand flashed. He said, "That makes sense." Sizzle! The martial artist stood on the spot. His neck was cut and blood splattered. He immediately fell down. Third brother. The 2 martial artists' eyes were about to pop out. However, the one closest to Jun Changshao felt a chill on his neck before he could do anything. His mind was instantly destroyed. Plop! He fell to the ground, blood splattering. Second brother. The middle-aged man shouted in grief. However, he still had absolute rationality. He realized that the opponent was very strong and hurried to the dark. As soon as he got into the grass, he raised his hand and retreated. Jun Changshao's cold-edged sword was already on his neck. Friend. The middle-aged man said in horror, I am willing to hand over my spatial ring. Remember. Jun Changshao said coldly, this is the world of the jungle. Puchi. The sword light flashed and cut his throat. The middle-aged man covered his bleeding neck. His eyes were filled with fear of death. In the end, he collapsed on the ground. Jun Changshao took the spatial rings from the three and continued to walk deeper. 3 strong martial artists ate a small team. Sect leader Jun, who was stronger, ate them. This was the law of the jungle. TSK, TSK. On the way, he flipped through a few spatial rings and found that there were many crystal cores and bones inside. Jun Changshao sighed with emotion. Robbing is a promising profession. He just thought about it. He didn't plan to rob. After all, as the leader of a sect, if news of him doing such a thing spread, it would definitely damage his reputation. However, Jun Changshao stopped and held his chin. I can rob those robbers. Not only can I get good things, even if I am recognized, I can also gain a good reputation. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.